Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States. Good evening, everyone. I want to welcome you to the March 15th, 2021 zoning hearing master hearing. My name is Susan Finch, and I'll be presiding as the hearing officer over tonight's cases. Let me start by introducing Mr. Brian Grady to my left. He's with the county's Development Services Department, and he will introduce any staff members we have here this evening, as well as changes to the agenda. Mr. Grady.
Good evening, Ms. Finch. Again, for the record, Brian Grady, Hillsborough County Development Services. We do have a couple of minor changes to the agenda tonight concerning just changes to the request statement. The first change is on page 5 of the agenda, item C1, rezoning standard 20-0374. The agenda showed as a request for commercial general. The applicant has offered up restrictions, so there should be a CGR request. Therefore, that'll be amended on the agenda. The other change is a similar change to a page 6, item C3, rezoning standard 21-0242. Like the previous one, it's shown on the agenda as this request to CG zoning, and the applicant has offered restrictions, so it's actually a CG restricted zoning district. Those are the only two changes on the agenda. I'll now go through the published resolve and continue as the beginning on page 4 of the agenda. The first item is rezoning PD 18-0798. This application is out of order to be heard and has been continued to the June 14th, 2021 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A2, major mod 19-0521. This application is out of order to be heard and has been continued to the April 19th, 2021 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A3, rezoning PD 19-1458. This application is out of order and is being continued to the April 19th, 2021 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A4, major mod application 20-0290. This application was being withdrawn from the zoning hearing master process. Item A5, major mod application 20-0377. This application is being withdrawn by the zoning administrator in accordance with LDC section 100302C2. Item A6, rezoning PD 20-1071. This application has been continued by the applicant to the May 17th, 2021 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A7, major mod application 20- Item A8, rezoning PD 20-1198. This application is out of order to be heard and has been continued to the April 19th, 2021 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A9, rezoning PD 20-1256. This application has been continued by the applicant to the April 19th, 2021 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A10, major mod application 20-038. This application is continued by staff to the April 19th, 2021 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A11, rezoning PD 21-110. This application will be continued by the applicant to the May 17th, 2021 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A12, major mod application 20-0116. This application staff is requesting this be continued to the May 17th, 2021 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A13, RZPD 21-123. Staff is requesting this be continued to the April 19th, 2021 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A14, major mod application 21-0169. This application out of order to be heard and has been continued to the April 19th, 2021 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A15, rezoning PD 21-0212. This application is being continued by the applicant to the April 19th, 2021 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A16, rezoning PD 21-0220. This application out of order to be heard and has been continued to the April 19th, 2021 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A17, rezoning PD 21-0221. This application is out of order to be heard and is being continued to the April 19th, 2021 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A18, rezoning PD 21-0222. This application will be continued by the applicant to the April 19th, 2021 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A19, major mod application 21-0227. This application is out of order to be heard and has been continued to the April 19th, 2021 zoning hearing master hearing. And item A20, rezoning standard 21-0300. This application is being withdrawn from the zoning hearing master process. That concludes all withdrawals and continuances and changes.
All right, thank you, Mr. Grady. I appreciate it. Let me start by going over tonight's procedures. Tonight's agenda consists of agenda items that a public hearing must be held before a zoning hearing master prior to the final decision, which is made by the Hillsborough County Board of County Commissioners. I'll conduct the hearing tonight as the zoning hearing master and will make a recommendation on each application 15 business days following tonight's hearing. The recommendations are then sent to the Board of County Commissioners, who make the final decision at a public meeting. Our hearing tonight is informal. I'll ask questions related to the direct testimony presented tonight. I'll call and question witnesses as I deem appropriate and necessary, and will decide all questions of procedure. Irrelevant, immaterial, or unduly repetitious evidence will be excluded. Any part of the evidence must be received in written form, and all testimony must be under oath. Hearsay evidence may be used for the purpose of supplementing or explaining other evidence, but shall not be sufficient in and of itself to support a finding by me unless it would be admissible over objections in a civil action. Our order of presentation tonight is as follows. Mr. Grady of the Development Services Department will provide a brief introduction for each agenda item. We'll then turn to the applicant. The applicant and their entire team has a total of 15 minutes to make their presentation. Next, we'll go back to the county's Development Service staff planner that was assigned the case, who has 5 minutes to describe the county staff report and findings. Next up will be the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission also has 5 minutes to discuss their staff report and the application's consistency with the county's comprehensive plan. Next up, proponents. Anyone who would like to speak in favor of the application. Total proponent presentation time is 15 minutes. The same is true next when we go to opponents. Anyone who would like to speak against an application. Everyone in total has 15 minutes. Next up, then county staff, we go back to them to provide them an opportunity to make comments or clarifications regarding the testimony at hand. And then finally, we go back to the applicant, who has 5 minutes for rebuttal. I don't think we'll have this issue tonight, but if there is, in terms of people that want to speak in support or in opposition, if there are a number of people, I will ask you to raise your hand, both either in person or virtually. All total, we will divide that 15 minutes by the number of people that want to speak to make it fair. So if you do have a lot of people that would like to speak, I would suggest that you get together with them and try to apportion your time accordingly. If you do want to speak, when you come to the podium, or if you are at home speaking, always start by giving us your name for the record. And then the first time you speak, if you have to, that initial presentation, if you will give me also your address for the record. We are recording this hearing, and we want to make sure we know who is speaking and your address. Make sure you speak clearly, and so we can understand and transcribe your testimony accordingly. And then when you are finished, if you are here in the room, if you could see Allison, Michael, and Joe, who are our team of people tonight from the clerk's office, if you would please come up and sign your name and address into the record, as well as the application number you're speaking to. If you have documents that you'd like to submit into the record, that's your opportunity to do that. Let me now go to the county attorney's office, who will explain the legal requirements for oral argument that governs your participation at the Board of County Commissioners meeting. Ms. Lundgren.
This is Mary Gorman from the County Attorney's Office.
Oh, I apologize.
No apologies needed. Tonight's public hearing is the first step of a two-step rezoning process. This hearing is the time for rezoning applicants and interested parties to present testimony and evidence. Any evidence presented tonight will become the complete factual record of each application, and no additional evidence can be introduced after the closing of each application. The second step of the rezoning process is a public meeting before the Board of County Commissioners, where the board will take a decision on each application heard tonight. Tonight's applications are scheduled to be heard by the board at its May 11th, 2021 land use meeting. When considering applications, the board will only review the record created at tonight's hearing and the recommendation made by the hearing master for each application. The hearing master will file a recommendation for each application heard tonight on April 5th, 2021. The Board of County Commissioners has established a policy that directs which rezoning and major modification applications are to be placed on the consent agenda of the board's land use meeting. Applications that propose to add density outside the urban service area and applications that would result in a failing level of service on a roadway are not qualified for placement on the consent agenda. Applications which do not have a consistent recommendations of approval or denial are also not qualified to be placed on the consent agenda. Please be advised that applicants and parties of record shall be required to submit a request for oral argument in order to address the board on these items. Any party of record wishing to address the board at its public meeting must execute and submit a request for oral argument form explaining why oral argument is necessary. Requests for oral argument must be responsive to the hearing master's recommendation. Therefore, such requests cannot be filed until after the hearing master has submitted her recommendation to the county on April 5th, 2021. Following this date, any party wishing to address the board at its public meeting will have 10 days to submit a request for oral argument to the clerk to the Board of the County Commissioners. Therefore, for tonight's applications, if you wish to address the board at its May 11th, 2021 land use meeting, you must file your request for oral argument between April 5th, 2021 and the close of business on April 15th, 2021. While the board is not required to hear oral argument at its public meeting, the board can elect to hear oral argument from a party of record. A party of record is an individual who fits into at least one of the following four categories. First, an individual who's present tonight and presents testimony or documentary evidence. Second, an individual certified by the U.S. Postal Service as having been mailed notice of tonight's hearing. Third, an individual who submitted documentary evidence to the hearing master, or excuse me, to the master file at least 2 business days prior to tonight's hearing. Or fourth, an individual who submitted documentary evidence by proxy at tonight's hearing. Should the board elect to hear oral argument, parties of record will be eligible to address the board if their requests for oral argument are responsive to the hearing master's recommendation and if they clearly set forth why oral argument is necessary to address at least one of the 4 outstanding issues laid out in section 10.03.04E of the Land Development Code. If the board elects to hear oral argument, the content of that argument shall be limited to the content of the testimony and other evidence submitted verbally or in writing to the hearing master tonight. It's the role of the county attorney's office to ensure that only individuals who have met these requirements are allowed to speak before the board and to ensure that no new evidence or testimony is introduced or allowed at the board's public meeting. For these reasons, please make sure that all information you wish the board to consider at its public meeting is entered into tonight's record.
Thank you, Ms. Dorman. Let me just summarize just to make sure I got the dates of that correct for the audience. So if you want to file for oral argument, that window of opportunity, which provides you the opportunity to speak to the Board of County Commissioners, is between April 5th and April 15th. Is that correct? Ms. Dorman?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, thank you for that. I appreciate it. Excuse me. All right, as I mentioned, all testimony must be under oath. So if you plan to speak tonight in person or virtually, if you could please stand, raise your hand, and I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. All right, please be seated. With that, Mr. Grady, if you could please call the first case.
The first item is agenda item C1, rezoning standard 20-0374. The app is Johnny Greigel. The request is rezone from RDC 12 to a commercial general with restrictions. I will provide staff recommendation after presentation by the applicant.
All right. Is the applicant here? Good evening.
Good evening, hearing officer and staff. Todd Pressman, 200 2nd Avenue South, number 451 in St. Petersburg, Florida. I have a PowerPoint up for you. This is file 20-0374, located in the Seffner Mango area. Let me also introduce John Greigel. John's here. Did I pronounce that right, John? As the property owner. So we're located in the Seffner Mango area. And it's comprised of 2 lots, of which a vacation was recently approved for the little area between the 2 properties here. The issue is for 0.58 acres from RDC 12 to CGR, specifically for a car sales lot. The use is proposed as restricted on the parcels, is a car wash only as an accessory use, no open storage, major minor vehicle repair as accessory use only, no blood plasma banks or donations, and no adult uses. I do want to say up front and place emphasis, the site does meet locational criteria of the comprehensive plan. And also goal 3 of the Sefner Mango Community Plan does include strategies to concentrate commercial development, office development, and light industrial along East Martin Luther King Drive. The proposal does provide growth in the urban service area as required by Objective 1 of the comp plan. And the Sefner Mango Community Plan does support infill development and redevelopment within the USA. Looking at the future land use map, entire area is R9, and according to the comp plan, non-residential uses shall meet established locational criteria for specific land use, which this site does. And the zoning map, as indicated with PD and residential. Critical for presentation to you, hearing officer, is that the property owner has reached out to all of the abutting residential property owners. And I'll put in the record letters from them, which I have here, and they've been submitted in the record already, showing no opposition to all of the residential abutting property owners. You'll also note that there is Thomas Street located here, which is an additional buffer between the project site and these residentials. And of course, you have a Walgreens commercial uses, which also allows CG uses at that location. Moreover, the site is located on a 6-lane major arterial that has 42,000 average vehicle trips per day. And again, highlight the.
Hold on a second, something happened to there we go. Switched to a different presentation for some reason.
Gotcha. Thank you, Mr. Grady. And additionally, highlighting the 50-foot buffer of Thomas Street. Clearly, our opinion is that the site is not suited for residential development on such a busy roadway next to a commercial use, and again, with no opposition from the abutting residential. What's very important in the recommendations, hearing officer, is that the Planning Commission does not consider letters in support in consideration for their analysis. I'm not complaining, or I'm not citing that or saying it's bad or good, but when you take into account how the Planning Commission reviewed this particular site, the major consideration is no opposition from the residential, because primarily what Planning Growth Management and the Planning Commission rely upon is impacts or consistency to the abutting residential, which we presented in showing you that there is no opposition in that respect. Additionally, along with a 6 PVC fence against the residential uses, which is only allowed 4 feet high on Thomas, the evergreen shade trees will be not less than 10 feet high at the time of planting. Now, we're spacing them every 10 feet versus every 20 feet as required by the code to be planted within 10 feet of the property line. So basically doubling the density of the buffer as well. So even though we are presenting the neighbors information, we are substantially increasing the buffer and still working in that direction. Switching to the recommendations, the PGM recommendation notes, based upon the Planning Commission inconsistency finding, and as it would not provide for proper use transition between existing single-family uses to the west and south of the commercial to the east. And not to beat a dead horse, but I want to emphasize that the conclusions of the Planning Commission, which then PGM rely upon, do not take into account the status or stance of all the several surrounding residential property owners. Planning Commission primarily rests on concepts of policy 1.4, which are compatibility, and objective 16, protecting existing neighborhoods. And again, we've heard directly from this neighborhood. Also emphasizing that the CGR is heavily restricted in uses, better buffered, and we feel that we even still meet those concerns. So really what happens is we feel it's a little bit of a catch-22 because again, you start with the planning commission looking only impacts and compatible with the residential. They don't factor in the unanimous residential support. They recommend denial. PGM relies upon the planning commission for that and they recommend denial. So our feeling is that the reviews and the determination by the departments is severely flawed in that respect, with all due respect to them. The goal strategy is to recognize the commercial character of US 92 Martin Luther King Boulevard within the urban service area under the Sefner Mango Community Plan. The Sefner Mango Community Plan also notes as a goal and strategy to support infill development and redevelopment within the urban service area while providing for compatibility with existing uses. Goal 3 of that plan is commercial development should be directed to the US 19 and Martin Luther King Boulevard corridors. We also feel that's a good transition to use from MLK. And I think it's good to emphasize again that the site is just not acceptable or would be compatible with residential development. Again, site does meet locational criteria, provides growth in the urban service area. So in summary, the CGR is very restrictive for its use. We have extremely strong residential support. It's not conducive for residential. CG is abutting with CG uses and on MLK and the MLK roadway. There are many comp plan and Sefner Mango community plan policies that do support and direct commercial to the site. So with that, we appreciate your attention.
Thank you very much. All right, development services, please.
Brian Grady, Hillsborough County Development Services. The request is to rezone at one parcel totaling approximately 0.58 acres from RDC 12 residential duplex conventional to a commercial general zoning district with restrictions. As noted by the applicant, restrictions encompass the provisions of additional tree plantings along the western boundary. The code requires 20 feet. They're providing 10 feet. And additional fencing along Thomas Street of 4 feet in height. They're also proposing restrictions consisting of the car wash limited to accessory use permissible in conjunction with the primary use of an auto car sales lot. No open storage. I would note that the CD zoning district does not permit open storage currently. Major and minor vehicle repairs prohibited, but except for accessory use of vehicle repair is in conjunction with the use of the auto sales car lot. No blood plasma banks or donations, and then no adult uses. As noted, the surrounding zoning development pattern consists of RDC 12 zone parcels developed with single-family residential in the immediate west and to the west and to the south across Thomas Street. The RDC 12 zoning district permits single-family detached and two-family attached duplex units. To the north across MLK Boulevard is a multifamily apartment development. The immediate east is a planned development currently developed with a retail drugstore. The PD permits other CG district uses, but requires that the site is converted to a different use. The submittal of the traffic analysis to demonstrate the new use will not exceed the traffic impacts of the drugstore. Along Thomas Street, the PD was required to provide between the stormwater pond along the western boundary and the access drive to Thomas Street near the eastern boundary, a 4-foot screen consisting of a fence, wall, or hedge, and or a combination of the three. A hedge appears to have been planted. Along the common boundary between the subject parcel and the PD is a stormwater pond, which provides for approximately 150 feet of separation between the subject parcel and the drugstore driveway and building. Along the western boundary of developed with CG uses, buffering screening consists of a 6-foot fence, wall, hedge, or combination with 10-foot evergreen trees planted on 20-foot centers would be required. Along Thomas Street, as Thomas Street is a 50-foot right-of-way, the type of buffering screening that would be required along the western boundary is not required as the parcels are not considered adjacent. Pursuant to the land development code, vehicle use areas, if located along Thomas Street, would be required to have an 8-foot buffer with a 3-foot fence, wall, hedge, or combination of trees planted on 40-foot centers. As noted, the applicant has proposed trees planted in 20-foot centers along the western boundary and along Thomas Street with a 4-foot fence along Thomas Street. The parcel would be permitted access to Thomas Street, a local residential street. The CD district allows for a wide range of commercial retail uses, including fast food restaurants and convenience stores that are typically high traffic interlators with late night and weekend hours. Staff's recommendation that based on, as noted, the Planning Commission did find the request inconsistent. Based on that inconsistency finding, the site characteristics and the range of allowable uses under the CG zoning district as restricted, staff concurs that the proposed CG zoning with the proposed restrictions is not consistent, compatible with existing development pattern, as it would not provide for a proper use transition between the existing single-family uses, the west and south, and the commercial to the east. Therefore, staff finds request not supportable. I'm available for any questions.
I just had two. I think you answered my first one, which is the PD across the street, you said was approved for multifamily? Is that right?
Apartment complex, yeah.
Apartment complex, okay. And then the PD that's to the east, the drugstore,
Mhm.
that has the condition about if an alternative use is proposed that is not a drugstore, that whatever that CG use is can't exceed the traffic that the drugstore had or created?
Well, it basically requires them, if they came in to do a change of use for that drugstore, they would have to submit a traffic analysis to demonstrate that based on acceptable, you know, forms that the transportation would find acceptable regarding trip generation, that whatever that use would not exceed the traffic impacts of the drugstore. So that they'd have to submit an analysis to demonstrate to the satisfaction of our transportation review staff that it's not exceeding the traffic impacts that you would see from that type of size drugstore.
So that contemplates a complete change of use. The drugstore would no longer exist.
Correct.
And then something new would come in that would still meet under the CG permitted uses.
Correct.
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
All right, thank you very much. That was it. Planning Commission, please.
Unica Mills Planning Commission staff. The subject property is located within the residential 9 future land use classification, urban service area, and the Scepter Meadows planning area. The proposed commercial general restricted is inconsistent with the residential 9 future land use classification. The request does not meet the compatibility criteria as outlined in policy 1.4 of the future land use element. Compatibility is defined as the characteristics of different uses or activities or design which allow them to be located near or adjacent to each other in harmony. Some elements affecting compatibility include height, scale, mass, and bulk of structures, pedestrian or vehicular traffic circulation, access and parking impacts, landscaping, lighting, noise, odor, or architecture. Compatibility does not mean the same as. Rather, it refers to the sensitivity of development proposals in maintaining the character of existing development. Future Land Use Objective 16 and its accompanying policies require the protection of existing neighborhoods through various mechanisms. Future Land Use Element Policy 16.1 states that established and planned neighborhoods and communities shall be protected by restricting incompatible land uses by limiting commercial development and residential land use categories to neighborhood scale. A rezoning to commercial general would be inconsistent with this policy. Policy 16.2 states that gradual transitions intensities between uses shall be provided as new development is proposed through the use of professional site planning, screening techniques, and control of specific land uses. In this case, Planning Commission staff have determined that a rezoning to commercial general would not provide a transition between residential and commercial general uses, and mitigation measures would not be able to achieve compatibility. Policy 16.5 further restricts higher intensity uses along arterials away from established neighborhoods. While East Dr. Drive is an arterial road, the rear of the site would be directly on Thomas Road, which is a local road, and a rezoning would encourage an encroachment, higher intensity uses into that existing residential neighborhood. The subject site meets commercial locational criteria as outlined in Objective 22 and Policy 22.2. The site is located within 1,000 feet of the commercial road located at Lakewood Drive in Dr. Martin Luther King. However, 22.2 states that commercial locational criteria is not the only factor to be considered. Factors such as land use compatibility is also considered in this case. Planning Commission staff has concerns regarding the compatibility of the proposed use in close proximity to single-family residential. While the site does meet commercial location criteria, it is approximately 610 feet west of the intersection within the 1,000 feet node. According to policy direction, the uses should be transitioned into less intense uses, moving away from the intersection. Currently, at the intersection of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard and Arterial Roadway and Lakewood Drive and Collector Roadway, there's approximately 15,000 square foot, drugstore use. According to the aforementioned policy, a rezoning to CGR would not meet the transition policies within the comp plan. The rezoning request is also not consistent with the Sacramento Community Plan. Goal 3 of the community plan does encourage strategies to commercial development, office development, and light industrial along East Martin Luther King Drive. However, goal 2 of that same community plan prohibits commercial encroachment into residential areas south of East Martin Luther King Jr. Drive. The site is adjacent to existing residential uses directly to the west and across Thomas Street to the south, which is approximately 60 feet away from the limits of the subject property. As the subject site is directly south of East Martin Luther King Jr. Drive and in an existing residential area, a rezoning to commercial general would be inconsistent with the community plan and would facilitate commercial encroachment into the existing residential area. And based on those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed rezoning inconsistent with the future comprehensive plan. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. All right, we'll ask for anyone that would like to speak in support. Anyone in favor of this application? Yes, sir. Give us your name and address, please.
Hello, my name is John Greigel. I am the applicant and I've owned the property. My address is 11964 Neal Road, Lithia, Florida, 33547.
Thank you.
I've owned the property since 2005 and have had multiple issues with vagrancy, people traveling through, and just problems all around the neighborhood. The neighbors are in support because they would like to see a use that actually supports, someone's going to take care of it versus, getting a tenant that I have to kick out and then go and start over again. I don't feel like it warrants putting money in to invest into putting a duplex on a 6-lane highway with a turn lane in. And my family, this is very important to my family and I to put a car lot there, and we really appreciate your support in getting this done.
Well, that was my question. So what's on the property currently?
There are 2 old houses that, one's a block structure up front that I'd probably use for the office for a car lot, and then the back would be the, parking for the cars.
And you mentioned you talked to the neighbors. And so when you talked to them, what did you tell them you plan to do?
Put a car lot in.
Okay, thank you.
Joe Walker's to the west and the back, and then it was sharing. Okay,
All right. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
thank you.
Anyone else that would like to speak? Oh, if you could come sign in, please. Sorry. Anyone else that would like to come speak in support? Anyone in favor? No one online? All right. Anyone that would like to speak in opposition to this request? No one in the room? No one online? All right. County staff, anything further? All right. Mr. Pressman, you have 5 minutes if you'd like to say anything in rebuttal.
I think we presented everything you need to hear, and the applicant just hopes to have your help, and we know we will have your consideration.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Thank you so much for your time and testimony. With that, we'll close rezoning 20-0374 and go to the next case.
The next item, agenda item C2, rezoning standard 21-0129. The applicant is Cherry Howington. The request is rezoned from RSC 6 to RSC 6 with a mobile home overlay. Isis Brown will provide staff recommendation after presentation by the applicant.
All right. Is the applicant here? If you could please come forward.
And ma'am, when you come to the podium, if you put your mask up,
Yes,
thank you.
it's a good mask. You have it on. Good
Hi.
evening.
Hi, I'm Sheree Howington. I am the applicant for this rezoning. I'm just representing Mr. and Mrs. Hernandez in this, and we're just asking that we get a mobile home overlay on their current zoning. The clients purchased this property unaware that they were not able to put a manufactured home on there. It had a abandoned or condemned home on there. So they paid roughly $7,000 to $10,000 to have it demolished. a few years ago. And so it's been sitting empty after they had it everything demoed on it, and they're wanting to put a mobile home on there, but only to find out that it was zoned for single-family residents, and they couldn't put a mobile home. But there are mobile homes all around there, so we were hoping to be able to get the RSC 6 with an RSC 6 MH overlay.
Right, understood. Thank you so much. If you could
Mhm.
please sign in with the clerk's office, appreciate it. All right, Development Services.
Good evening, Isis Brown, Development Services, reporting for 21-0129. The request is to rezone one parcel totaling approximately 0.88 acres from the existing residential single-family conventional 6 RSC 6 zoning district to the proposed residential single-family conventional 6 with an mobile overlay, so that's RSC 6 MH zoning district. The site is located at 3538 Lindsay Street, which is approximately 1,800 feet north of the intersection of Lindsay Street and East Dr. Martin Luther King Boulevard. The underlying future land use is residential 4, Res 4. Currently, there are no variations or variances to the Hillsborough County Development Code being requested at this time. The site is located in an area comprised of rural low-density residential with mobile home overlay, and planned development with mobile home overlay. A majority of the area is surrounding the site is of residential uses with mobile home overlays, and thus the proposed rezoning is consistent with the surrounding development pattern. The site is adjacent to property zoned RSC 6 and RSC 6 MH to the north, RSC 6 to the east, a planned development PD 83-0099 to the west, and RSC 6 MH with the mobile overlay to the south. Based on the above considerations, staff finds the proposed RSC 6 MH zoning district is compatible with the existing zoning districts and development pattern in the area. I'm available for any questions.
I don't have any at this time, but thank you so much. Planning Commission, please.
Unica Mills Planning Commission staff, the subject property is located within the residential 4 future land use classification in the rural area. Objective 4 provides for the rural area long-term agricultural uses and large lot residential uses. The established standard is that no more than 20% of all population growth within the county should occur within the rural area. The proposed use meets Objective 4 of the future land use element. Objective 20 and its accompanying policies, policy 20.3, encourages new development and redevelopment of residential housing for special target groups, people. Additionally, identifies manufactured housing as a suitable use for affordable housing. Since the planned development of single-family residential dwellings in the home refers directly to the east and south of Montaigne Avenue, this rezoning proposal to RSC 6 mobile home would be compatible with the area. And based on those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed rezoning consistent with the future Hillsborough comp plan. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I appreciate it. All right. Is there anyone that would like to speak in support? Anyone in favor? Either here in the room or virtually? All right, seeing no one, anyone in opposition to this request? No one? All right, county staff, anything else? Ms. Grady?
Nothing
No?
further.
All right. Ma'am, if you have anything else, otherwise we'll close the hearing. All right, thank you so much. Then with that, we'll close rezoning 21-0129 and go to the next phase.
The next item is agenda item C3, rezoning standard 21-0242. The applicants are Thomas and Emily Mang. The request is rezoned from AR to CG with restrictions. Isis Brown will provide staff recommendation after presentation by the applicant.
All right. Is the applicant here?
Good evening. My name is Tuba of HTMI Inc. Address is 14031 North Del Mabry Highway, Tampa, Florida 33618. I'm representing the applicant. The petition in front of you tonight is a request to rezone from AR to CG with restrictions for parcel having folio 004379.0600. Total land is 0.94 acres with a future land use of R9. It is located approximately 70 feet north of intersection of West Waters Avenue and Pat Boulevard. We received no objections from the review agencies. We concur with staff's report and request your approval. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Development Services, please.
Good evening, Isis Brown, Development Services. The request is for rezone to one parcel totaling approximately 0.94 acres from the existing agricultural rural AR zoning district to the proposed commercial general zoning district with restrictions. The site is currently addressed as 0 West Waters Avenue, Tampa, Florida, which is located approximately 493 feet east of the intersection of Pinehurst Drive and West Waters Avenue. The underlying future land use category is residential 9. The applicant is proposing the following uses be prohibited: schools, drive-through banks, bowling alleys, drugstores, taverns, funeral homes, laundromats, fast food restaurants with drive-through windows, sexually oriented businesses, smoke shops, supermarkets, wedding chapels, ambulance services, and gas stations. Transit service is located to the site to service the site. The closest transit stop is located approximately 126 feet from the southeast corner of the site along Waters Avenue. Transportation staff has reviewed the application and has no objections. The site has frontage on West Waters Avenue. Based on the comp plan consistency, the subject parcel is designated RS residential 9 on the future land use map. The subject property does not meet commercial locational criteria. However, a waiver request to the commercial locational criteria was submitted. Planning Commission staff has concerns with the proposed use and finds that the proposed use is inconsistent with the comp plan. The site is located in an area comprised of low, mid, and high density urban residential and commercial office uses. A majority of the area on the south side of West Waters Avenue has a future land use of mid and high density urban residential and office commercial uses. The site is adjacent to property zoned PD 00-0246 and PD 710267 to the north, PD 00246 and agricultural rural to the east, and PD 710267 to the west, and commercial general PD commercial general 88-0131 to the south. The applicant proposes restricted use, including the applicant's proposed use restrictions include fast food restaurants with drive-through, gas stations, 2 of the more intensive commercial general zoning districts use the term of the general. I'm sorry. The size and depth of the subject parcel in relation to the other adjacent commercial uses would create a zoning development pattern that is consistent with the existing zoning and development pattern of the commercial uses zoning district in the area. Based on the above consideration, staff finds that the proposed CG zoning district is compatible with the zoning districts and the pattern in the area. Based on the above Development Services staff finds that the request approval with the following restrictions. Commercial general uses will exclude schools, drive-through banks, bowling alleys, drugstores, taverns, funeral homes, laundromats, fast food restaurants with drive-through windows, sexually oriented businesses, smoke shops, supermarkets, wedding chapels, ambulance services, and gas station. I'm available for any questions.
I do have a question, but it relates to a comment in your staff report from transportation. So I don't know if you want to field that or if we have one of the transportation staff people online available.
We do have transportation staff online.
All right. Well, I'll pose my question and hopefully one of them will appear. There's a comment which stems from the transportation comments that says the proposed rezoning would result in a decrease of trips potentially generated by the development by about 1,000 daily trips. And it further goes on to clarify that the proposal is a 9,000 square foot retail commercial building. So I'm wondering if that's a misprint or if I'm missing something in the analysis.
Hello, this is James Ratliff with Transportation Review Section.
Hi, Mr. Ratliff.
Hi, I am currently fighting with my computer to try to get it to pull up the staff report here. It decided to not work at exactly the wrong moment, so bear with me one second.
And while James is looking for that, I think the 9,000 square feet came from the applicant as part of their submittal had submitted like a proposed layout that I think showed a 9,000 square foot building on the property. But
Okay.
again, it is a standard district, so there
Right.
isn't any specific site plan or restriction with respect to building sizes. But I would imagine that's probably where that figure came from.
All right, understood. And then back to the question of how it's the 9,000 square foot or some commercial retail building would be a decrease of trips over what is currently zoned to agricultural or rural. I just wanted to clarify that.
It is coming up now. It certainly sounds like an error, but let's see here. That is an increase of 1,001 daily trips,
Okay.
88 AM peak hour trips, and 87 PM peak hour trips.
Okay, fair enough. I just wanted to make sure. All right, that was the extent of my questions for development services. Thank you. Planning Commission, please.
Unica Mills, Planning Commission staff. The subject property is located within the residential 9 future land use classification, the urban service area, and the town and country community planning area. I do want to make a correction on a report. In the box beside locational criteria, the applicant has submitted a waiver to locational criteria. The proposal is inconsistent with the residential 9 future land use classification. Future land use element objective 16 and its accompanying policies require the protection of existing neighborhoods from new development and redevelopment of adjacent properties through various instruments such as buffering and screening. And that's future land use element policy 16.1 and 16.3. The proposed rezoning does not meet the specific criteria of future land use element 16.2, which identifies the use of gradual transitions of intensities between different land uses. A rezoning to commercial general would not provide for a proper transition of land use intensities between the adjoining residential and commercial general uses along West Waters Avenue. Mitigation measures would likely not be able to achieve the degree of compatibility needed to the adjacent residential uses. Future land use element policy 16.5 restricts higher intensity uses along arterials, away from established neighborhoods. Though the site is located along an arterial roadway, it is adjacent to residential properties, which presents a compatibility concern. Future land use element policy 16.1 includes language about limiting commercial development in residential land use categories to neighborhood scale. The intent of this policy is to protect less intense uses, such as residential uses, and to locate more intensive uses in appropriate locations. The site is on the edge of the commercial node, where uses should be transitioning to less intense uses. A rezoning to commercial general would not support this policy direction. The subject site does not meet commercial locational criteria. Commercial locational criteria is based on the future land use category of the property, as well as the classification of the intersection of roadways as shown on the adopted 2040 highway cost affordable map. 4 intersections were analyzed to determine whether the subject property meets commercial locational criteria. The closest intersection to the subject property is Edgewater Place Boulevard and Waters Avenue. Edgewater Place is not on the 2040 cost affordable map, and it does not meet the definition of a major local roadway per the comp plan. A major local roadway must connect to at least 2 or more collectors or higher roadways and or be primary access to 500 dwelling units from a collector or arterial roadway. The second closest intersection is Waters Avenue and Pinehurst Drive. Pinehurst Drive is considered a major local roadway as it appears to be the primary access to over 500 homes. However, the subject property is outside of the 300-foot node formed at this intersection. Per future land use element policy 22.2, 75% of the site must fall within the node of a qualifying intersection to meet commercial locational criteria. The third intersection is Waters Avenue and Wilski Boulevard. This segment of Wilski Boulevard dead ends to the north and is not a qualifying intersection on the 2040 highway cost affordable map. The last intersection at Waters Avenue and Hanley Road is located approximately 2,000 feet east of the subject property. This is a qualifying intersection on the 2040 highway cost affordable map, but the subject property is beyond the maximum allowed 1,000-foot node. Per policy 22.2, 75% of the site must fall within the qualifying intersection to meet commercial locational criteria. The applicant has submitted a waiver to commercial locational criteria, citing the commercial development pattern and the specific CG zone properties north and south along Waters Avenue. However, future land use element policy 22.7 states that commercial locational criteria is not the only factor to be considered. Factors such as land use compatibility must also be considered. The site is adjacent to commercial general zone parcel. However, there are compatibility concerns with the proposed CG rezoning adjacent to residential properties. The proposed rezoning does not support the vision of the Town and Country Community Plan. As stated in Goal 1, Goal 2, and Strategy 1, these goals focus on creating opportunities for small professional businesses and specialty neighborhood retail in a town center along Hanley Road and Waters Avenue, as well as improving the appearance of the roadway corridor. Permitting the site to be rezoned to commercial general is inconsistent with the Town and Country Community Plan. And based on those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed rezoning inconsistent with the future Hillsborough Comp Plan. Thank you.
Ms. Mills, let me ask you a follow-up question. It appears from your report and your comments tonight that the Planning Commission reviewed this as a straight Euclidean commercial general application without restrictions. There's no mention of restrictions anywhere in the report. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. And so are you aware that the applicant has submitted a laundry list of prohibited uses to restrict certain uses that might be found objectionable in CG?
I am aware of that. Planning Commission is aware of the restrictions. As
And
noted tonight, yes.
all right. Were you made aware of that prior to tonight's hearing?
That I'm not exactly sure of. If being that I was not the planner on this, I can't say for sure that other planning commission staff that was in charge of this was made aware of that.
All right. Well, then that would lead me to ask you if it would change your recommendation, or would you reconsider your opinion, your staff opinion, based on the listed restricted uses?
I would say that planning commission staff is not in a posture to make that decision tonight. We would have to look at the uses as being the restricted uses being proposed. before a final decision could be made to further analyze what's being proposed.
Okay, all right, thank you very much. Is there anyone that would like to speak in support this application? Anyone in favor? All right, seeing no one in the room, no one online. Is there anyone in opposition to this request? All right, seeing no one in the room or online, right? Okay.
I believe we just have Hung Mai, who is an applicant for the.
Yes, yeah. Okay, county staff. Any further comments?
No further comments.
All right, then Ms. Mai, you have 5 minutes for rebuttal. I would ask for your consideration of Ms. Mills' comments from the Planning Commission that they have not reviewed this from your request for restricted commercial general rezoning. And so did you have conversations with them to present them your request? I'm assuming it was amended after you filed it.
No, we submitted the application with restricted uses. As Ms. Mills said, she came on late into the review process. Therefore, I believe she did not see the restricted uses that we proposed. Therefore, we would like to request, the Planning Commission to reconsider their recommendation with the proposed restrictions that we did, along with the locational criteria waiver that we submitted.
All right, well, from the sounds of her comments, she can speak for herself, but it didn't sound like she's going to do that on the fly. So are you requesting a continuance?
What would be our options?
Mr. Grady?
Again, I think at this point for the planning commission to evaluate it, I think as Ms. Mills said, it would require a continuance. So if the app is amenable to a continuance to allow for further considerations of that, I mean, we would have to continue this to the next hearing, which would be the April, what's the April hearing? Whatever. 19th, April 19th hearing.
So Ms. Mai, Mr. Grady is stating that if the planning commission were to reevaluate your request based on those restrictions that you've submitted to the CG requirement, that zoning hearing master date would be April 19th at 6 p.m. Is that what you're requesting?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, then, Mr. Grady, is that just procedural at that point?
I think we just announced for the record that the item is being continued to April 19th.
All right, based on that, and Ms. Mai, I would strongly suggest that you get with Ms. Mills, obviously, and go over these restrictions to make sure that they have adequately evaluated your request, given their current recommendation on the table. But with that, then we'll continue rezoning 21-0242 to the April 19th zoning hearing master hearing for the purpose of having the planning commission evaluate the restricted zoning that you've presented. All right?
Yes, ma'am.
Then with that, we'll close that hearing, or we'll continue it rather, and go to the next hearing, Mr. Grady.
The next item then is agenda item C4, rezoning standard 21-0267. The applicants are Lonnie and Carol Fox. The request is a rezone from ASC1 and a PD to AS1. Isis Brown will provide staff recommendation after presentation by the applicant.
All right, I understand the applicant is virtual. Mr. Fox?
Yes, hi, I'm right here.
Good evening.
Thank you to everybody, the zoning hearing master and the development staff and everyone present for making this happen.
Mr. Fox, if you could give us your address, please, also.
Yes. So my name is Jeff Fox. The address is 10453 Carroll Brook Circle, Tampa, Florida, 33618.
All right, go ahead with your presentation.
Well, the proposal is to be from ASC1 to an AS1 at the proposed site of 2880 North Valrico Road, folio number 063708-5100. We seek to rezone it just to put a modest home in the rear of the property. We want to subdivide the rear acre so that we may build a small home so we can provide assistance to my parents who are aging and ailing. My father was diagnosed with Parkinson's this year, and so we just want to be here to provide support.
All right. And so you want to divide it into 2 lots, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. I didn't have any further questions unless you had anything else to say.
Only that it would mean a lot to our family to be able to do this.
All right. Thank you so much for your testimony. I really appreciate it. Development Services, please.
Good evening, Isis Brown, Development Services. The request here is to rezone one parcel totaling approximately 2.42 acres from the existing agricultural single-family.
Isis, you're a little low there. Can you pull your microphone down?
Is this better?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, sorry. Isis Brown, Development Services. The case number 21-0267. The request is to rezone a one parcel totaling approximately 2.42 acres from the existing agricultural single-family conventional AS family AS1 zoning district. The site is located at 2880 North Valrico Road, Seffner, Florida, which is approximately 480 feet northwest of the intersection of North Valrico Road and East Dr. Martin Luther King Boulevard. The underlying future land use category is Res 1. Currently, there are no variations or no variances to the Hillsborough County Land Development Code being requested at this time. Based on compatibility, the site is located in an area compromising of rural agricultural, rural low density, and rural mid-density residential and rural mid-density residential with mobile home overlay. Majority of the surrounding areas of the site is of agricultural and residential uses, and thus the proposed rezoning is consistent with the surrounding development pattern. The properties adjacent are zoned AR to the north and west, ASC1 to the east, and AR, ASC1, and AS1 to the south. Based on the above consideration, staff find the proposed AS1 zoning district is compatible with the existing zoning district and development pattern in the area. I'm available for any questions.
I don't have any at this time, but thank you. Planning Commission, please.
Unica Mills Planning Commission staff, the subject property is located within the residential 1 future land use classification, the rural area, and the Seffner Mango Community Planning Area. Objective 16 and its accompanying policies require the protection of existing neighborhoods through various mechanisms. Future land use element policy 16.1 and 16.3. Future land use element policy 16.2 states that gradual transitions between intensities are necessary as new developments are proposed and developed. In this case, Planning Commission staff have determined that the rezoning to agricultural single-family 1 would provide a transition between residential single-family homes and mobile homes, allowing for creation of complementary uses. Objective 20 and its accompanying policy 20.3 encourages new development and redevelopment of residential housing for special target groups of people and additionally identifies manufacturing housing as an affordable housing choice. And based on those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed use consistent with the future Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Is there anyone that would like to speak in support? Anyone in favor? Seeing no one, anyone in opposition to this request? No one. Mr. Grady, anything else?
Just one thing, I did notice a typo in the staff report and the project narrative regarding the acronym or the the ASC one, it references RSC instead of ASC in the parens, so we'll make that
Oh,
correction.
I see.
It says
Yes.
RSC six instead of ASC one, so we'll
Right.
make that correction.
Thank you.
Other than that, no other comments.
Right, thank you so much. All right, then with that, we'll close rezoning 2-1. Oh, forgot to go back to the applicant. Mr. Fox, I assume you don't have anything else to add before we close?
Nothing further. I just want to thank everyone again.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Then we'll close rezoning 21-0267 and go to the next case.
The next item is agenda item C5, rezoning standard 21-0302. The applicant is Josephine Morgana Pittman. The request is to rezone from RSC 6 and CG to CG Commercial General. Isis Brown will provide staff recommendation after presentation by the applicant.
All right. Good evening. Yes, come forward and give us your name and address, please. If you could just bring the microphone down to you a little bit. Perfect.
I'm nervous.
That's okay.
Josephine Morgana Pittman at 2112 US Highway 41, Ruskin.
Perfect. Thank you. Go ahead.
Talk first. At my property, I've out of all my whole life, 50 years, more than that. It's the property it's my home, but it's been a business property throughout my whole entire life. 30 some odd years ago, the county came out and they put both properties one folio number. So as that may be, I'm sorry, I'm getting on there.
Oh, don't worry. Take a deep breath. It's okay.
The property's been a business working property my entire life. Even before they came out, over 30 years ago and combined for one folio number, we even had to do the permits to get the well on the back partial of the commercial property. And anyways, I'm just trying to make it all completely CG. As of the back section of the property is a partial piece of the property. Everybody on the left side, north side of commercial, they're all compatible with me. I've known everybody. I wish they had the property. I could point out what I'm talking about, but
We might be able to get the, you mean the aerial?
yeah, I thought ISIS was going to pull it up, but that's okay. I mean, but
Well,
it's
I have it. I'm looking at it. I
Oh,
have a
okay,
copy of it in
okay.
my backup.
anyways, I really need to just to fix the situation.
What's on the
It's-
property right now?
The property is a two-story building, my barn. And like I said, I've lived there for over 50 some odd years. And we've had a working strawberry farm, fruit, vegetables. Right before the folio number got put onto one property, on both the properties, one folio number. We even had the well of the property is basically on the partial of the my backyard. That my neighbor to my left of me, to the right of me, to my north, Paula Plummer, they've been there for 55 years. The property to the left side of me, the same huge, big metal type building. If you're looking at our property, my property and both properties to the both sides of me, not the buffer behind me, it looks like it's completely like a straight line. The back part of the property, it serves me no purpose for anything, basically, other than more room of the property I've been using for over 50 years. So I'm just trying to rectify the whole situation.
To have it under one zoning.
And exactly. And then my back part where the well is for the building, because my porch basically is on where you walk down. It's got all, the sheds and everything like that on it.
I see. Okay, all right, you did great. Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much. If you could please sign in with the clerk's office, that would be great. All right, development services, please.
Development Services, Isis Brown, reporting case 21-0302. The request is to rezone one parcel totaling approximately 0.549 acres from the existing commercial general CG and residential single-family conventional 6 RSC 6 zoning district to the proposed commercial general zoning district CG. The site is located at 2112 South 41 Highway, Ruskin, at the southeast intersection of South US Highway and 8th Street Southwest. The on the lane future land use category is residential 4. The subject property is designated Res 4 on the future land use. The subject property does not meet commercial locational criteria. However, a waiver request to the commercial locational criteria was submitted. Planning Commission staff sees no initial concerns with the proposed use and finds the proposed use consistent with the comp plan. The site is located in an area comprising of urban high-density residential, low-density residential, office commercial, light industrial, suburban mixed use, and suburban mixed use 6. A majority of the area north of South US Highway 41 is within the Res 4 and OC 20 office commercial 20 future land use category that can potentially permit commercial office and multi-purpose use that meets the locational criteria. The site is adjacent to property zone CG and CI to the north, CG and RSC 6 to the east and west, and RSC 6 and RSC 6 MH to the south. Based on the above considerations, staff finds the proposed commercial general zoning district is compatible with the existing zoning districts and development pattern in the area. I am available for any questions.
Just one question. There was a section in the staff report I didn't understand. That's section 1.3. It's titled Analysis of Recommended Conditions, and it talks about an LDC section for apartment commercial, restricting current commercial and residential uses to the footprint of 1,800 square feet. Can you explain that to me?
Sure. What it is, it's as Ms. Jojo said, the property right now, the building on there, it's a barn. The bottom level is retail and the business. The upstairs is residential. So that's taking care of the commercial apartment, and it can, based on our code, LDC section 61116, the upstairs loft area or living space would be the apartments commercial, and that's the applicant is not proposing to expand what's existing right now. It's just a matter of getting that split zoning into one zoning district.
So is that the
Madam Hearing Officer, that probably should have been in, hindsight should have been in section 1.3. I think we were just in section 1.2, because I think we were just highlighting that they can have a commercial apartment and are based on an analysis, it complies with the requirements
And
for
does that-
commercial apartment.
does that code section limit it to 1,800 square feet, or is that just a recognition of the barn that's on the property and that's how big the building is?
I think it's
The
recognition.
latter. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much. All right. And then, Mr. Ratliff, with transportation, I think we have perhaps the same issue as a prior staff report. It talks about later in her, Ms. Brown's staff report, a decrease of trips generated by the proposed development. Mr. Ratliff, are you available?
Yes, hello.
Yes.
I
It's
am,
under section 1.4 of Ms. Brown's staff report and the transportation section. I believe it probably is a typo that it's a decrease of trips rather than an increase of trips. I just wanted to get your verification.
yeah, bear with me one moment, please.
Absolutely.
In this case, it was a decrease of trips. And it looks like the reason for that is that the proposed use is being restricted to 6,000 square feet in total, which is which is less than what would be allowed under, I suppose, their existing zoning designation without a restriction.
I don't understand the restriction part. What do you mean? This is as I understand it, just a straight Euclidean to rezoning to CG with no restrictions proposed. That's why I asked about the barn and the 1,800 square feet to see how we were crafting this, but I see no other restriction proposed.
So I apologize, and I'm just trying to get a handle on what's happening here. So in this case, I guess this is a question for staff. The square footage would not. I suppose the square footage, the maximum is not changing. Is that correct? It's going to just be.
That is correct.
Okay, so in that case, this would be considered trip generation neutral. There would be no change to trip generation.
But they are rezoning property from RSC 6 to CG. The remaining property is already zoned CG. The
Correct.
subject of this is a rezoning, and which has the potential to develop more in terms of intensity and square footage than an RSC 6 zoning district would.
So my apologies, you're absolutely right. With respect to the existing CG portion, that would be neutral. With respect to the RSC 6 portion of the site, and I don't have an acreage of that particular piece, but there would be an increase moving from
All right.
that zoning to the commercial.
So I would just ask that that be looked at as a part, perhaps that section needs to be revised before this application proceeds to the board.
Absolutely.
Clarify that issue. All right,
Our
that was it. I appreciate your comments, Mr. Ratliff. Thank you so much. All right, we'll go to the planning commission, please.
Unica Mills Planning Commission staff, the subject property is located within the residential 12 future land use classification within the urban service area and the Ruskin community planning area. The requested commercial general is consistent with a residential 12 future land use classification. Goal 9 of the community design component calls for the creation of commercial design standard in a scale and design that complements the surrounding neighborhood. Policy 9-1.2 and Policy 9-1.3 of the community design component calls for the avoidance of any development of strip commercial and that any new commercial zoning be located at activity centers and commercial redevelopment centers. This request meets the intent of those policies. This parcel's location does not meet commercial locational criteria per future land use element policy 22.1 and future land use element policy 22.2. However, the applicant has submitted a commercial locational criteria waiver. The waiver states that the commercial business has been established in this area since the mid-1970s and should be considered as a grandfathered use. Future land use element policy 22.7 states that commercial locational criteria is not the only factor to be considered. Factors such as land use compatibility must be considered. The site is adjacent to a commercial general zone property on both sides and all along US Highway 41. To the rear of the property along 8th Street Southwest are residential dwellings that are zoned RDC6 and RSC6 mobile home. Development services staff proposed a condition to the applicant restricting the CG use to just the front portion of the site. This restriction would create an additional buffer, allowing the site to maintain compatibility with adjacent residential uses. The proposed rezoning supports the vision of the Ruskin Community Plan. These goals focus on creating opportunities for small businesses and specialty neighborhood retail. Permitting this use would be consistent with the vision of the Ruskin Community Plan. And based on those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed use consistent with the future Hillsborough Comp Plan.
Thank you so much. Is there anyone here or online that would like to speak in favor? Anyone in support? Seeing no one, anyone in opposition to this request? No one in the room, no one virtual. All right, Mr. Grady, anything else?
Yes, I would, if the applicant could come up here real quick.
Sir?
Based on the planning commission's testimony
Yes, sir.
about, they're under the assumption that there was going to be a restriction limiting the development to the, I guess.
Yeah, I
basically
have
the
no,
area.
yeah, there's no good,
I mean, are you okay with basically restricting that, future redevelopment would basically be in the general area where the existing footprint of the building is?
I don't understand what you're saying.
Would you have an objection to a restriction that basically limits redevelopment to the general building footprint where the existing building is? Because planning commission had concerns about under redevelopment, you build buildings in that RC6
No, I
area.
don't want to do nothing.
Okay,
I'm where I'm at, what I have is all I want.
okay. So you're
The
okay
building-
with the restriction? Okay.
You mean restrictions as of of it not being changed to CG or?
No, to say that in the future, because you said
I'm not gonna put a condo
you're
there.
not going to change the building location, you're not going to change the footprint, you're going to keep it where the location
Oh,
is.
yes,
Is that-
sir. Yeah.
Okay. So you're, because that's, that was their understanding.
Yes, sir.
So we've not memorialized that in
Yes,
the,
sir.
in the
And-
zoning, but if you're okay with that, then we can memorialize that to be, so that.
Correct. Yeah,
address- yeah,
everyone that's known me, they thought I was already what you're talking about.
okay. Thank you.
Thank
So we can, as part of, since we'll amend the report to add the restriction as we've discussed here.
The restriction of the 1,800 square feet.
Based on the planning commission staff report about limiting the location of the building, because in their staff report, they may.
Show me where you're talking about that they're talking about
Ms.
a
Mills, could you
restriction.
repeat your understanding about what you're expecting with respect to restriction?
Sure, Brian. It is planning commission's understanding that there would be a restriction that would create that the building would not be relocated. It would stay the same footprint. That would help with the compatibility concerns of CG next to the residential.
Ms. Mills, is that in your staff report?
Yes,
Can you point me to that section, please?
sure. Let me get there.
And ma'am, while she's doing that, you're okay with that?
In other words, it's gonna be CG. I have no
Yeah.
plans of moving my building.
Yes, that's,
Exactly.
yes, correct. Yes.
Because I can't
If
afford
you
to
go,
go.
Oh, I see. This restriction would create an additional buffer. I apologize. I found it.
Yeah.
About 3 paragraphs up from the recommendation. Is that correct?
correct.
Yeah. Okay.
It's already known for Morgan's, Red Barn and Ruskin's. I'm not doing nothing.
Okay.
All right. So just for the record, then this request is being amended to commercial general restricted to add that
Correct.
restriction.
Correct.
All right. And ma'am, you're agreeing to that restriction, to that
Now, only
change.
thing that is as of restriction, does that mean I can't I'm not planning on doing anything. But if I say I was to sell 10 years down the road,
The restriction goes with the land.
goes to the lamp and I mean, I'm okay with that with CG.
Well, it would be CG. Mr. Grady, if you could explain further what
not
your
planning
intention
on-
is.
It would be
Deal-
CG with restriction, basically that restriction about limiting. In a future redevelopment, you could redevelop the site, but the location of the building would have to be in that same location as part of
Okay,
redevelopment.
okay.
So you could
okay.
you could build a new building, it would just have to be in that same location.
Yes, sir.
That's what it's saying. Yeah, that's what the planning commission is seeking. Yes.
Okay.
Is that, and
I-
again,
I
that
think
would
I'm
be,
at-
that would run with the land. So if you sold it, whoever bought it would be subject to that. They could always come back and ask to change that. So they could amend that zoning at some point in the future if they wanted to, but it would run with the land.
Right. So in other words, where my building is, it's gonna stay as is.
Yes.
And if I wanted to put a porch on the back and make it a little bigger, that's,
That's, I mean, I think that's within allowance. It's just, again, it's supposed to stay within that general location. So, and any redevelopment, so if you sold it and they came in and wanted to redevelop, they had to build in that same location.
Okay, yes, yes.
Okay.
And so, Mr. Grady, you'll get with Ms. Pittman about
Yes.
the actual language of
Yes.
that restriction
Yes.
before it goes to the Board of County Commissioners. Yes,
Yes.
so ma'am, you will see that in writing exactly how it is
Because
restricted.
they had already put both of everything on one folio number 30 years ago, so I thought it was already the whole thing CG anyways.
All right,
As you
but
can
if Mr., I just want to make sure the record is clear. So the request is being changed to commercial general restricted with this restriction of the location of your current building. In the meantime, between this hearing, if this recommendation is for approval and goes forward to the Board of County Commissioners, staff will get with you to go over exactly how that restriction will read to make sure it's acceptable to you. But tonight, you're agreeing to change it to commercial general restricted. Is that correct?
yes.
Yes, okay, thank you so much. All right, anything else, Mr. Grady? before we
Nothing
move on?
further.
All right, then with that, we'll close rezoning 21-0302 and go to the next case.
The next item is agenda item C6 rezoning standard 21-0303. The applicant Sizemore's Properties LLC. The request is to zone from AR to ASC1. Tim Lampkin will provide staff recommendation after presentation by the applicant.
All right, good evening.
Good evening, Ms. Finch. I'm Michael Horner, 14502 North Dale Mabry Highway, Suite 200 Tampa, representing Sizemore Properties LLC. I have been sworn. I'll be brief. That's parcel is 15.8 acres south of Keysville Road, north of CSX right-of-way, west of County Road 39. You can see the graphic in front of you. This is an enclave, Ms. Finch. Fairly straightforward. We have a lot of AS1s, a lot of ASC1s. We have PD in the area for also 1 acre lots. It is zoned AR. It is in the Res 1 comp plan. It is in the rural service area, thus private utilities to be proposed. Keysville Road is a collector. That's where the direct access is to the north. And County Road 39 to the east is an arterial highway. This site is in egg production. However, the future use is limited due to the uncertainty in the industry, as you're aware, and development growth trends in the area. This application comes to you with unanimous recommendations for approval, findings of consistency from the Planning Commission. We have no objections from any review agency, and we have no wetlands on site. This is an enclave. I represented Sizemore Properties last year. Ms. Finch, you were not the hearing master. That was Mr. Wells. That tract that we filed and was unanimously approved is the 15-acre tract directly east. So that ASC1 has already been approved, owned by similar ownership interest. I'm going to file a copy of Mr. Wells's hearing master recommendation for your guidance. There are numerous AS1, ASC1, and a PD to the northwest that does in fact also have approvals, which are referenced in the staff report for 1 acre lots. Both the immediate site and the general site are certainly compatible and consistent. And that enclave, as you can see in the comp plan excerpt, is also all Res 1 and all Res 1 to the north and Res 1 to the west. RZ 20-0367 was that petition that I'll file the recommendation in the record for. Don't have anything else to add. Appreciate your support. Happy to answer any questions.
I don't have any this time, but thank you so much for your testimony. If you could please sign in with the clerk's office. Development Services, please.
You're muted.
Sorry about that. Tim Lampkin, Development Services. This request is to rezone 2 parcels totaling.
Tim, you're a little low. Can you move that mic a little closer?
Yeah, is that better?
A tiny bit. If you could just try speaking up a little bit more.
Absolutely. All right. This request is to rezone 2 parcels totaling approximately 15.86 acres from agricultural rural to agricultural single-family conventional. The parcel is located on the south side of West Key Road. It's approximately 900 feet east of the intersection of West Keysville Road and Swilly Road. The underlying comprehensive plan designation of the subject parcel is Res 1. The applicant is not requesting any variations or variances to the Land Development Code. The site is located in the rural service area. Transportation staff indicated during their review that Keysville Road is expected to operate at a level of service C. The Planning Commission had no objections. Regarding compatibility, agricultural, single-family, conventional land development zoning districts are nearby. The AR zoning district permits a minimum lot size of 5 acres. The AS1 and ASC1 districts both permit a minimum lot size of 1 acre. And the request is for the ASC1. Immediately adjacent to the east is a 14.75 acre property that was recently rezoned, as the applicant's agent just discussed. To the immediate north are parcels zoned ASC1 and ASC1, AS1 and ASC1. To the west are parcels zoned AS1 and AR. The immediately adjacent parcels are all located within the Res 1 future land use classification, which does permit consideration of a maximum density of 1 unit per acre. Based upon the above consideration, staff finds the requested ASC1 zoning district compatible with the existing zoning and development pattern in the area. And based upon the above considerations, staff finds the request approvable. And that concludes staff's presentation, unless you have any questions for me.
I don't at this time, but thank you. Planning Commission, please.
Unica Mills Planning Commission staff, the subject property is located within the residential 1 future land use classification in the rural area. The applicant is requesting to rezone to the agricultural single-family conventional 1 zoning district for the purpose of subdividing the site. This zoning district is consistent with the residential 1 future land use classification. The request is also consistent with future land use element policy objective 4, as the subject property is within the rural area, which is reserved for large lot, low density residential uses. The request would also be consistent with neighborhood protection policies 16.3 and 16.8. And based on those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed rezoning consistent with the future Fieldsboro comp plan. Thank you.
Ms. Mills, just one quick question. The Development Services staff report notes that the property has 2 land use categories. The majority is Res 1, but then there's a little more than 1,000 square feet designated AR. But your staff report only references the Res 1. So I just wanted to clear that up for the record.
Sure, let me double check. I stand corrected. There is like a little slither of AR, which we believe is the Scrivener's error, like in the southern portion of the site.
All right, fair enough. Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate it. All right, we'll go to anyone that would like to speak in support. Anyone in favor that would like to speak, either in the room or online? Seeing no one. Anyone in opposition to this request? Seeing no one. All right. Mr. Grady, anything else?
Nothing further.
All right, Mr. Horner, anything you'd like to add before we close?
Thank you, Ms. Finch. I believe that discrepancy might be at this southeast corner where there is a STR section line that runs. And I believe it's a Scrivener error. It's considered Res 1. I believe the Planning Commission's report is correct, but I'll let you further that in your fact analysis, but we believe it's Res 1.
All right. And well, let's go back to, let's clarify that before we close. Ms. Mills, a Scrivener's error means it's all Res 1, or do you consider that little sliver, that 1,000 square feet, let's call it AR?
That would mean that it's all residential 1 and that
Okay.
we will be updating the map.
Perfect.
Thank you.
All right, that clarifies it. And with that, then we'll close. Mr. Horner, we have nothing else?
Yes, ma'am. Thank
All
you.
right, thank you so much. We'll close rezoning 21-0303 and go to the next case.
The next item is agenda item C7, rezoning standard 21-0304. The applicant Simmons Loop OMV LLC. The request is rezoned from AS1 to Business Professional Office with restrictions. Chris Grandel Leonard will provide staff recommendation after presentation by the applicant.
Good evening again.
Ms. Finch, good evening again. I'll be brief, I promise. Michael Horner, 14502 North Dale Mabry Highway, representing the applicant, Simmons Loop OMV LLC. This parcel is just over an acre. It's zoned AS1. It's in the SMU 6 comp plan designation. It's in the urban service area, so public water and sewer will be provided. It is north of Simmons Loop Road, north of Simmons Loop, just east of Wildgrass Meadow Drive. That is a private entryway into a PD, multifamily development, to our immediate west. We are generally in the northwest quadrant of US 301 and Simmons Loop. This application comes to you with unanimous recommendations of approval, findings of consistency of the Planning Commission, all goals, policies, and objectives. Staff's recommending approval. We have no objections from any review agencies that I'm aware of. No opposition that I'm aware of, and we have no wetlands on site. Two small corrections I would note in the Planning Commission report indicated that this is at the northwest corner of 301 and Simmons Loop. I think they meant maybe quadrant or area, but we are not on 301, but we are just west of 301. The second comment indicated that east of the site is public, quasi-public, and in fact, east of the site is our prior rezoning that was approved last year, also to BPOR for a small medical office. But in the text of the Planning Commission report, they correct that later. So I just want to resolve that inconsistency. This does meet locational criteria, Ms. Finch. We have numerous PDs in the area, a larger one to the north, which does have multifamily and retail. Immediately to the north, I believe that is 17-1337. That is a PD for both CG and BPO uses. And then south, I believe 18-0109, also for non-residential uses. Simmons Loop is a transition according to the Planning Commission report from residential to non-residential. We would concur with those findings. Under SMU 6, you're probably aware we could have filed for a PD and asked for an FAR up to 0.35. My client agreed to file the BPO and maintain a 0.20 FAR, so we are well below those thresholds. And I think I have an email that referenced the amendment, but just in case, we are formally amending from DPO to BPOR. And that restriction that is correctly contained in the staff report is to a height restriction of 35 feet from BPO allowing 50 feet in height. So we agree the record on both the FAR of the 0.20 being capped and then the 35-foot height restriction. On 20-0997, Madam Hearing Master, that is a BPOR that was filed last year on behalf of a holding company that I represented for a small medical office complex that was unanimously approved. Mr. Wells was the hearing master on that case. And I'm going to file a copy of that recommendation for your guidance. We have no waivers, no conditions, obviously. I don't believe we have any opposition. I'm happy to answer any questions.
I don't have any at this time. Thank you so much. Development Services.
Good evening, Chris Grauenard, Development Services. The request is to rezone one parcel totaling approximately 1.03 acres from the existing agricultural single-family AS1 zoning district to the proposed business professional office district, BPOR zoning district. The applicant is proposing to restrict the size of the building to 1 story, 35 feet in height. The purpose of the rezoning is to allow for a medical professional center. The site is located at 6613 Simmons Loop, which is approximately 100 feet east of the intersection of Simmons Loop and Wildgrass Meadows Drive. To the east, the property neighbors another parcel that recently was approved to rezone to BPR as well under rezoning application 20-0997. The underlying future land use category of the subject parcel is suburban mixed use 6, SMU 6. There is an existing single family residence on the site. The applicant is proposing to restrict the size of the building to 1 story in height. This condition is similar to the restrictions under the neighboring BPOR rezoning application 20-0997. By limiting the size of the development to the restrictions proposed, noise and traffic congestion to the neighboring properties should be mitigated. The adjacent properties contain a mix of AS1, agricultural single-family, PD, planned development, and AR, agricultural rural zoning districts. To the north across Simmons Loop is a church zoned AR. Immediately to the east is a parcel under development, which was recently rezoned to BPOR under rezoning application 20-0997, as I mentioned. To the west is a vacant parcel zoned PD 180109, and it's for mixed-use multifamily units and commercial retail. The vacant parcels to the north is zone PD 17-1397 and allows commercial general CG and BPO business professional office uses. With the potential in the north and west of the mixed-use development, the rezoning of the subject parcel from AS1 to BPO-R restricted would be consistent with the existing zoning pattern of the area. Based on the above considerations, staff finds the requested BPO-R zoning district is compatible with the existing zoning and development pattern in the area. There are no agency objections. Staff finds the request approvable. I'd be glad to answer any questions you may have.
I don't have any at this time, but thank you for your testimony. Planning Commission.
Unica Mills Planning Commission staff, the subject property is located within the suburban mixed-use 6 future land use classification, the urban service area, and the Riverview Community Planning area. The applicant's request to business professional office restricted is permitted and meets commercial locational criteria for the SMU 6 future land use classification, as it's within the qualifying distance intersection of Simmons Loop and 301. Meeting objective 22 and policy 22.1. The request for the BPO-R zoning is comparable with the overall development pattern of the area. There are other planned developments, 180176 and 18109, that were approved for non-residential uses. The mixed-use developments are located, there are mixed-use developments that are located to the north and south of the subject site. The character of this portion of Simmons Loop is transitioning more toward a non-residential development pattern. The request would be in character with the surrounding development pattern, meeting the intent of future land use element policy 16.3. The proposed development is also consistent with the Riverview Community Plan. The site is within the US Highway 301 district, which sees this area as a mixed-use area with high densities and a variety of businesses. And based on those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed rezoning consistent with the future Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate your testimony. Is there anyone here or online that would like to speak in support? Anyone in favor? Seeing no one. Anyone in opposition to this request? Seeing no one? Okay. Mr. Grady, anything else?
Nothing further.
Mr. Horner?
Thank you, Ms. Fitch. Michael Horner. I neglected to mention that we do meet commercial locational criteria. Unica's report was accurate. Appreciate that. And just to let you know, these are 2 different ownership interests proceeding forward, although they're similar uses. So the buffer matrix table will be negated between the 2, although they're in separate permitting processes. Just wanted to clarify that. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. We'll close then rezoning 21-0304 and go to the next case.
The next item is agenda item D1, rezoning application PD 20-0382. The applicant's Juniper Development LLC. The request is rezoned from RDC 12 and AR to a planned development. Steve Beachy will provide staff recommendation after presentation by county staff. I will note that we did hand out some revisions to the conditions. Basically, most of them are clerical clarifications, but staff will review those during our presentation.
All right. Is the applicant here? I note we have one, the developer of the property is virtual. Sir, are you here? Okay, to make the
correct.
presentation. Good evening.
Okay, that's the only one. Okay. Yes, sir. That's correct.
That's good.
Good afternoon, Ms. Finish. My name is JD Al-Sabagh. I'm with Sycamore Engineering, 8370 West Hillsborough Avenue, Suite 205, Tampa, Florida 33615, and I already sworn.
Thank you.
I have with me Bobby Anderson. He is the managing director with Alliance Residential. And of course, Mike Razor, he is a transportation consultant on this development. So the proposed development is located in the northwest corner of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and in the northwest corner of MLK and Williams Road. We have on the east Williams Road, in the north Bryan Road, in the south MLK, and the west Estevan Lane. And we have, of course, the southwest corner is frontage road of I-75. So the proposed development is 35.4 acre with 2 parcel. We have existing zoning AR and RDC 12. This property is part of Sifner Mango planning area. Future land use is UMU 20. The development this property have 16.7 acre upland and 18.7 acre wetland. Of course, as you notice, the wetland is more than 25%. So we're going to utilize the density later on, the 25%. The property have, if you see in the aerial, have a man-made lake, which in the middle, and that's what we're going to see later. We're going to utilize it for having the residential surrounded that lake. So we're proposing 3 options on this development. Option 1, so option 1 is had a 10 single family unit plus had a 65,000 acre, have 165,000 square foot of retail. The commercial, the residential will be in the north and the south surrounding the man-made lake. And of course, the commercial need be adjacent to the main road. We have 2 main roads, the MLK and Williams Road. Of course, unfortunately, we could not get access right now to MLK. So we concentrated the commercial on the Williams Road. We're proposing 2 access to the commercial, 1 on William and 1 on Bryan Road. And we have that residential have an access on Bryan Road. So that's on the first option we propose. The second option we propose is the same way as accesses, but 148 unit of multifamily plus 165,000 of commercial. So in the same access, we have 2 accesses to the commercial and 1 access to the residential. The third option we propose, 348 unit of multifamily. And this have access on William Road, full access, and of course, access to Bryan Road. So as you see, this here, proposing 3 access with mixed use, except the third option. We are not proposing any variance to section 16, 6.05, 6.07, or 6.06. So no variance to landscape or buffering or fence or other. The same time, Bryan Road and Williams Road are substandard road, and we are not asking for any variance also to any improvement on those roads. The water and sewer is within the vicinity of the property, and we're going to utilize, of course, Hillsborough County Water and Sewer for that. The school concurrency will be completed before the preliminary plat approval on that. We are proposing, of course, sidewalk on the south side of Bryan Road and west side of William as part of improvement we propose. So now, policy 19.1 for Planning Commission require us to have 2 user minimum on the UMU. So what we propose in third option, we have 1 user. So however, it's allow us to utilize another mixed use within a quarter mile of the property on the same side of the street and with pedestrian accessibility. And that's what we try to utilize. There's existing PD 12-0196, which is north of us, which will be the second use. However, at the same time, we're going to utilize we're going to create any pedestrian connectivity from our side to that PD. So based on that, third option will have, if we choose it, will have pedestrian connectivity. We're going to create it, which about 350 linear foot of sidewalk. Option 1 and 2, we have to have a minimum commercial of 10%, which is 16,500. However, if we choose to postpone it to phase 2, the commercial, we need to build or need to construct that connectivity, pedestrian connectivity, which is ready to do that. Just wanted quickly to mention on the...
I sound just like him. I would like to mention, I don't know what I'm saying.
Sir, please mute your mic.
That's not from me.
No, it's someone online that doesn't know their mic.
Hang on.
We're okay, he's muted.
Apologize. Keep
problem.
going, sir.
All right. So I want to mention something about the density. Policy 19.3 in Planning Commission allow us to have incentive a bonus for the FAR if we choose to 0.5 more, and also density of unit from 20 to 30 if we need to, if we have a 3 user. And we can have 3 user. However, we are not asking for that. And the second point is, even with the 20 unit per acre, it's multiply like 16.7 acre a plan, multiply by 20, multiply by 1.25. It's allow us to 418 units. And still, our request is less than 418, with a maximum 348 in that highest option. So we propose improvement on Williams and Bryan Road, which we work it closely with the staff on that regard as needed. For instance, we have to have a full access on the 3 option, northbound left turn lane access, which require us to have right-of-way, donated right-of-way from our, which ready to do that. We're meeting with the neighbor. We have a meeting. We call them and discuss the project, answer their concern and their question. So a copy of the minute plus the people attended plus the notice will be part of the record we provide in a minute. In addition, we have support from the neighbor. We have letter of support came from the neighbor we're going to provide. We have reviewed the condition provided by his staff, and we are in agreement with it. I think Mr. Beachy will have a couple of revision which we agree about this revision. And that's it for me. Ready for any question?
No, I don't. And I do have the revisions that
Sure.
this county staff, so you've reviewed them?
The best of my ability, I have not reviewed them. I think Mr. Beachy sent it right after I left the office, but I'm in agreement with that.
All right. Thank you for your
That's no
testimony.
problem.
I appreciate it. If you could please sign in with the clerk's office.
Sure.
Thank you so much. Development Services, please.
Good evening, Steve Beachy, Development Services. And yes, I wanted to mention that to start off the changes that you have in the revised conditions really are just syncing up, trying to sync up the conditions within the conditions with the site plan. There's no disagreement there, and I have gone over all the changes with the applicant. The one thing I would point out is the different uses. The one condition will add all of the different uses and add the wording and a combination of those uses, or it says or a combination. And we did change the maximum number of units allowed in option 1 and 2 are 302, and they're only asking for, I believe, 110 and 148 units in those two options. So those changes are pretty inconsequential. We readjusted some conditions that got added together from the transportation report. And that's pretty much it. If you have any questions about those, I'll be glad to answer those.
My only question is triggered by the applicant's presentation in terms of the requirements for 2 land uses based on the SMU 6, I'm sorry, the UMU 20 land use category and development option 3. The applicant stated that they propose all residential, all multifamily as a part of that option, but will use another property within so many distance for that. Does that need to be memorialized in some way in terms of the conditions to satisfy that 2 land use provision?
Yes, that it does. And it is memorialized in, I'm looking for that condition. In condition number 12 of the revised conditions. It talks about the 350 feet north of north of Bryan Road.
Actually, it's revised condition 11 because we changed the numbering, so it's condition 11 on the.
Okay, yeah.
Condition 11 on the revised condition.
Oh, yeah, I'm looking at the, okay, I'm looking at the,
yes,
the original conditions.
Condition 11 deals with the mixed use requirement.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. That's why I didn't see it. Thank you very much. All right. So that answers my question. Does that conclude your presentation, Mr. Beachy?
Well, I really didn't even get started, but the applicant did such a good job of presenting, I think, very thoroughly the different uses. I don't need to add any more to my comments, and I'm available for any questions.
No, that was it. But thank you so much. All right. Planning Commission, please.
Unica Mills Planning Commission staff, the site is located within the Urban Mixed Use 20 future land use classification, the urban service area, and the Sefner Mango Community Planning Area. The applicant is requesting approval of a plan development with 3 development options, 110 multifamily residential units and 165,000 square feet of commercial uses. Option 2, multifamily residential units and 165,000 square feet of commercial uses. Option 3, 348 multifamily residential units. The site contains more than 25% wetlands and will be subject to policy 13.3 of the environmentally sensitive land credit.
Ms. Mills, can you repeat that last part?
Thresholds that consider within the UMU.
Ms. Mills, your audio is cutting out. It sounds like a reception issue.
All 3 development options are below density.
Ms. Mills, can you hear us?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, it sounds like there might be a Wi-Fi issue where you're at.
Can you hear me?
Yes, now we can hear you. Go ahead. If you can repeat that last 20 seconds.
Sure. 3 development options are below the maximum density and intent threshold in the Urban Mixed Use 20 future land use classification. Within the urban service area and in categories allowing 4 dwelling units or greater shall occur at a density of at least 75% of the allowable density within that future land use classification. Based on this information, the development meets the environmental features exception to minimum density requirements and is therefore consistent with future land use element policy 1.3. Future land use element objective 16 and its accompanying policies address neighborhood protection and compatibility of proposed development. All three proposals are consistent with future land use element 16.3, which calls for development to be integrated with adjacent land uses through various techniques such as the creation of complementary uses, transportation, pedestrian connections, and mitigation of adverse impacts. The proposed development is also consistent with policy 16.5, which calls for higher intensity non-residential land uses to be restricted to collectors and arterials and to locations external to established, developed neighborhoods. Each option also meets the mixed use requirement for the urban mixed use 20 future land use classification. Future land use element policy 19.1. Option 1 and 2 are meeting the mixed use requirements by residential and commercial. Addressing a time to ensure that the mixture of uses will occur in phase 1 of development. Option 3 is proposing one single use residential. Because of that, the applicant is utilizing the option in future land use element policy 19.1 regarding offsite horizontal integration. Specifically, the policy states that a mix of uses may be horizontally integrated, located in a separate building. Horizontal integration may also be achieved by utilizing off-site uses of a different type located within a quarter mile of the project on the same side of the street of a collector or arterial. As well, they also have to be connected by a continuous pedestrian sidewalk. Because the sidewalk connecting the subject property with PD 12-0196 is not currently constructed, the applicant has offered a condition wherein the sidewalk will be constructed to connect the offsite uses with the subject property in phase 1 of the development option for option 3. With this condition in place, option 3 will be consistent with policy 19.1 of the future land use element. The proposed residential and commercial uses support the direction of the Sefner Mango Community Plan by locating a mixed-use development along Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard. And based on those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed plan development consistent with the future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mills. I appreciate it. All right, is there anyone that would like to speak in favor of this request, either in the room or online? Anyone in support? Seeing no one. Anyone in opposition to the application? No one in the room, no one online. All right, Mr. Grady, anything else?
Yeah, just to clarify, I did misspeak. Condition 11 and 12 deal with the mixed use requirements. Condition 11 deals with the compliance with the mixed use requirements under options 1 or 2, and then condition 12 deals with 3. So I did misspeak that Steve was correct when you asked that question about which condition addresses the third option. It is condition 12.
All right, perfect. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. All right, sir, we have 5 minutes for rebuttal or any additional comments before we close?
I think nothing to add except thanks for the staff working with us closely to pull it. Thank you.
All right, thank you for saying that. And with that, we'll close rezoning 20-0382. I'll note that it is a little after 8 o'clock. We typically take a break, so I apologize to the next person in line, but we're going to take a 5-minute break and come right back.
If everyone could please find their seat, we'll be starting again soon.
Right. Yeah.
Attention, we are live in 3, 2, 1.
All right, welcome back to the zoning hearing master hearing. We're going to continue with our cases. So Mr. Grady, if you could call the next case, please.
The next item is agenda item D2, rezoning PD 20-1252. The applicant is Lily's Pad LLC. The request is rezoned from SPI HC and Business Professional Office to a plan development. I will provide staff recommendation after presentation by the applicant.
All right, is the applicant here? Good evening.
Good evening, madam. Chris McNeil with McNeil Engineering, representing the applicant. I'm also accompanied tonight by the applicant and the contractor. Should we have any questions for them? The site is that coming up on it? Yeah, that's perfect.
Yes, I see.
Site is located on Kings Avenue, south of Brandon Boulevard, and also south of Robertson Street. The site is currently has a historic structure that's on it that is used for antique furniture sales, and also a storage building behind that. And neighboring to it is a medical office that was just recently approved for that use. It's really divided up into two parcels. This is the a antique building with the storage unit behind it, or not storage unit, just storage area. This behind it, and this is a previous site plan that was approved for reference. This is the parcel that is to the north that was recently approved for the medical office building, and its associated parking behind it. So this was kind of a step one in a multi-step process. This is how they appear on the current general site plan, which is again reference here for the antique building, the storage building, which is not in the back anymore. It would be removed as part of this plan, and a new medical building behind where the existing one is. So these are color coded so you can see that reference.
Where is, if you could point while you're there, where is the historic structure that's referenced in the staff report?
Right here.
I see. And what is that used for?
Currently, an antique furniture sale, have some small social events in there type thing.
Okay, thank you.
Very kind of quaint building. I have a picture of it if you'd like to see it.
If you could, sure.
Do you want to see that now?
When it fits into your presentation.
Okay. And I'll also tell you about our visit with HRB. It's very great to be here tonight. Actually, it's been a long time running on this project, and we're very excited to be here. So thank you for that. So the southern site is currently zoned SPI. The north side is BPO, and we're here tonight to request those be unified in a PD. The future land use is R12, and it's been found to be consistent with the plan with this use. The site is surrounded by medical office buildings to the north, and also behind it to the east. The south is adjacent to a professional office. And the request tonight for this unified plan would be professional and medical office. There are multiple driveway connections to the Kings Avenue currently. There's two connections to on the north side, and also two connections on the south parcel. And as part of this plan, we're proposing to reduce those and consolidate them to one connection to Kings to increase safety for pedestrians and vehicles alike. Prior to being here tonight, as I noted earlier, just briefly, that we did go to the HRRB. And as part of that, we were found through their awarded the certification of appropriateness for the use, as well as they reviewed the general site plan as well and found it approvable, or I guess their terminology is approved. We've also requested as part of this a PD variation for the parking for the medical office to be 3.42 spaces per thousand. An example site plan of what we're trying to unify here is on, you can see here. So it's just kind of shared parking area between the two uses. Staff has no objection to the case, and we agree to all the conditions that they have written in. And I want to show you a picture of that building here that you can also see in the background, the medical. This is a corner side of the historic building that you can see there on the right, and looking between the medical building, the existing medical building on the left. This is looking west through the middle of the two buildings, through the middle of the site, storage buildings in the back and the rear medical office on the adjacent site to the back left. This gives you just a little bit more turn left view of that residential structure that's been converted to medical office on the left. With that, do you have any questions?
No, that my only question pertained to the historic building. And I see you've committed to maintaining it and keeping it on the property, but I don't see that reflected in the conditions specifically. Was there a reason for that?
No reason. We have another set of conditions with the HRRB that we would do a list of things. And so we have an agreement with them that we would do that.
Yeah, I understand. That's an independent
Yeah.
process. All right. Well, I'll ask staff about that, but that was my only question. All right. Thank you
Okay.
so much. If you
Yes,
could
ma'am.
please sign in with the clerk's office. Development Services.
Brian Grady, Hillsborough County Development Services. The applicant is requesting to rezone two parcels from BPO Business Professional Office and SPIHC Special Public Interest Historic and Cultural Conservation District to plan development to allow 10,100 square feet of medical and or professional office uses. The parcel is located on the east side of South Kings Avenue, south of State Road 60. The applicant is proposing to develop a two-story building consisting of 8,052 square feet and retain an existing two-story structure consisting of 2,047 square feet. This existing structure shall be retained to be retained as a designated historic landmark known as 525 South Kings Avenue. FMASF number HIO 06429. As noted, the applicant is requesting a variation to parking. There is a typo in section 1.2. It's 3.42. It shows 3.46. The conditions are corrected, but the agreed upon parking standard will be 3.42 parking spaces per 1,000 square feet of gross floor area. As noted, the Historic Resource Review will review the proposed rezoning application on December 3rd, 2020, and determine the proposed zoning poses no effect on the historic resource, as noted by the app in the presentation. Staff did not identify any compatibility issues associated with this request. The surrounding zoning and uses in the northeast and west permit and are being developed with similar office uses to those being requested in this application. The existing historic landmark structure is presently being used for non-residential uses. Residential uses to the west are separated from the app project by South Kings Avenue, which is a 4-lane divided collector roadway. Based on the above consideration, staff found the request approval subject conditions, and I'm available for any questions. Regarding the historic structure, again, since it is a designated landmark and is regulated under that, didn't see a necessary need to include every condition, but certainly we can add a condition with respect to recognizing that and making reference to preservation in accordance with the historical landmark designation. We can certainly do that.
Mr. Grady, the version I have of your staff report, page 4, under 1.7 agency comments, it says, as noted, transportation staff has objected.
Oh, that's a typo.
And then under 2, it says, based on the above consideration, staff finds the request not supportable due to the outstanding unresolved transportation issues. I'm assuming that's a typo. Okay.
Yeah, because they were addressing some transportation issues and they resolved all those issues. So.
All right. So you are, just for the record, in support of
Correct.
the request. All right.
Correct.
And so you would be agreeable to add a condition recognizing the historic structure?
Sure.
Okay, perfect. All right. That was my only question. Does that complete your
Yes.
presentation? All right. Thank you. Planning Commission.
Unica Mills Planning Commission staff, the subject property is located within the residential 12 future land use classification, the urban service area, and the Brandon community planning area. The subject property Again, it's located within the urban service area where growth and development should be directed according to the future land use element of the future Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan. The Brandon Community Plan also includes a goal with regard to advancing economic opportunity and providing a broader employment base in the community. Adding a new medical office building works toward meeting Goal 7 of the Brandon Community Plan. The overall area of the subject property is located within the urban general district of the Brandon Character District map and the Brandon Community Plan, which is designed to accommodate retail, offices, and various residential housing types. The residential 12 future land use category allows up to a 0.5 FAR for office and residential support uses. With a 0.77 acre site, this translates to approximately a little over 16,000 square feet that could be considered for the site. The rezoning request is compatible with the existing development pattern, as the immediate area contains a large medical user, Brandon Regional Hospital, as well as over a dozen supporting medical offices, which will be consistent with future land use element policies 1.4 and 16.3. Typically, a non-residential use in the residential 12 future land use category is required to meet commercial locational criteria or request said waiver. Since the subject property is not located within 1,000 feet of the nearest qualifying intersection, which is Kings Avenue and Oakville Drive, the applicant has submitted a waiver request for relief from commercial locational criteria. Planning Commission recommends the Board of County Commissioners approve the waiver request, as the proposed development would be compatible with the existing development pattern. And based on those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed plan development consistent with the future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan, subject to conditions proposed by Development Services staff. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Is there anyone here that would like to speak in support? Anyone in favor? Yes, ma'am. Please come forward. Give us your name and address.
My name is Cindy Barsa. I own the property, the historic and the property adjacent. When I bought the historic house, there was not a roof. There was not a floor. It was a drug flop house. That's what was there. I spent hundreds of thousands of dollars. I'm on the National Registry. I put a lot of money every year. I work out of there. I do charity events. I do all kinds of things in that house. I love that house. And that house will stay just like it is. And I maintain it very well. So National Registry is one of the best things that happen. Tampa, not many people with historic homes are on that National Registry. I went to the trouble to get on that National Registry. So if you look me up, you'll see that that house, which was the homestead and the first church, has a lot of history. The first time I opened it, and I had so many people coming through that I was just astounded at how much interest was in that house. So I maintain that house. And, you know, as far as Hillsborough County or the Historic Registry here, I go through them for everything I do. We did go through that. And
Ma'am, could you put your mask up over your
Oh,
face?
sorry.
Thank you.
And I go through the Historic Society here, which they're very strict. They don't just let you do anything to those homes. So I do follow the guidelines with them, and I'm on the National Registry also. So
All right.
just to ease you on that. So anyway.
Thank you for your testimony. I appreciate it. If you could please sign in with the clerk's office. Is there anyone else that would like to speak in support of this application? Anyone in favor? No one online? All right. Anyone in opposition to the request? Seeing no one in the room, no one online. All right. Mr. Grady, anything else?
Nothing further.
Okay. Sir, anything else before we conclude?
No, ma'am.
And just for the record, we talked about the adding in the condition to memorialize keeping the historic house.
Yes, ma'am.
In the conditions. All right, thank you. All right, then with that, we'll close rezoning 20-1252 and go to the next case.
The next item is agenda item D3, rezoning PD 20-1255, the applicant's New Hope Farms LLC, Florida LLC. The request is a rezone from AR to Plan Development. Israel Monsanto with county staff will provide staff presentation after presentation by the applicant. I will note that we did have some revisions in the staff report. Mr. Monsanto certainly will go over those revisions during his presentation. Thank you.
All right, thank you. It's the applicant here. Good evening again.
Yes, ma'am. Good evening again. Chris McNeil with McNeil Engineering representing the applicant. Accompanied by the applicant this evening. Should we have any questions for them? This site is located on Richmond Street, south of Gibsonton Drive. The future land use is Res 6, and it had been found consistent with the plan. The site is bordered by institutional use to the west, the creek, Bullfrog Creek to the south, and a mobile home subdivision to the east, and some small single family in the corner just to the north of the site. The request is to convert this from single family. It has a few mobile homes and a single family, a storage building on site, but to convert it to a mobile home park with a maximum of 70 units. The site is located in the urban service area, and water is available directly adjacent to the site. But sewer is not directly adjacent to the site, and we understand that we would have to extend and connect to sewer as part of this project. As part of this request, before I get to that, this will give you the nearby mobile home parks and nearby mobile home subdivisions in this area. A lot of this other part is mixed use as well, and some mobile home here that I did not highlight. But there's quite a bit of mixed use in the area. This parcel here is the institutional use that borders the majority of the site. As part of this request, we have requested and been found approvable for a design exception and administrative variance. That's related to the off-site roadway improvements relative to Richmond and Monica and the substandard condition at Nundy. The off-site roadway improvements are required as part of this proposed development, and the applicant is aware of that and has agreed to the condition. We've also asked for consideration for a setback of an existing building that's located here on the site to be used as a storage facility with a reduced setback to 23 feet. It's had a small encroachment there. One of the neat things about this site is it includes a small area in the back to be used as a community park that they can, or a public park that they can access the Bullfrog Creek. The openings from that are from dawn to dusk, and that's in accordance with the community plan, but also bring something to the area that's kind of different from other projects. These are just the references for the design exception and for the administrative variance that were made recommendation as approvable. Staff has no objection to the request, and we are accepting of the conditions as written. Any questions? I'm available.
I don't have any at this time, but thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, Development Services, please.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Sir, we need you to come sign in, please.
Yes, we can, Mr. Monsanto.
Okay, I will start my to share the screen 1 second. And let me know if I need to switch.
You do need to switch it. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Okay. Israel Monsanto Development Services.
Mr. Monsanto, it looks like you're blocking the PowerPoint a little bit there.
Can you see
It
that?
should be good. Yep. Thank you.
All right. Mrs. Finch, we do have a revised staff report. The updated report has the school board comments, which were received after we filed the report. And also on page 3, the north arrow was correct. It was pointing to the wrong direction. Again, Israel Monsanto Development Services, the applicant seeks to rezone a parcel from agricultural rural to a planned development in order to develop the site with a mobile home park, a drive in Gibsonton. The site has a future land use designation of residential 6 and is 11.7 acres in size. The parcel is in the urban service area, and the new mobile home park will connect to the water system. The mobile home project would consist of a maximum of 70 spaces, subject to the Land Development Code, Section 611-110. The applicant has now requested variations from the Land Development Code. A type A buffer with a solid fence along the east, west, and north will be provided. The site is bounded to the south by the Bullfrog Creek and wetlands. Per the proposed PD plan, areas of the site are within the coastal high hazard to the south and also wetlands. There is no proposed development encroaching into the wetland setbacks. The project will have a single access point from the north of Richmond Street, and all internal drives will be subject to the mobile home park regulation found in the code. The applicant's engineer of record submitted a design exception request and an administrative variance for required road improvements, as indicated in the transportation report. Based on factors presented by the applicant, the county engineer found them approvable. If this rezoning is approved, the county engineer will approve those, the design exception and the administrative variance. Zoning districts in the immediate area of the subject site consists of residential single-family, agricultural, show business, and residential support uses. Most of the zoning districts in the surrounding permit mobile home park. As indicated in the screen that you have in front of you, there are a few mobile home parks in the immediate area. The proposed mobile home park will be subject to the standards found in the Land Development Code, Section 611, setbacks, minimum space sizes, maximum height, internal roadways. All will be regulated by the Land Development Code and also as indicated by the general site plan. The number of spaces for the mobile home park is at the required maximum density allowed per the future land use. Additionally, the park will provide a community park along the Bullfrog Creek available for public access. And this is to meet the Gibsonton Community Plan Livables Communities element. No objections were received from other reviewing agencies, and based on this consideration, the staff recommends approval with conditions. And I'm available if you have any questions.
No, you covered my questions. Thank you so much. I appreciate your testimony. Planning Commission.
Unica Mills, Planning Commission staff. The subject property is located within the residential 6 future land use classification, the urban service area, and the Gibsonton community planning area. The intent of the residential 6 future land use classification is to designate areas that are suitable for low density residential development. In addition, suburban scale neighborhood commercial, office, and mixed use projects serving the area may be permitted, subject to the goals, objectives, and policies of the future land use element and applicable development regulations. The request is compatible with the surrounding area and consistent with the residential 6 future land use classification. The request is consistent with policy 16.1, 16.2, and 16.3 of the future land use element. The subject property is located within the Gibsonton Community Plan. Goal 5 of the Gibsonton Community Plan seeks to protect and enhance its public lands and conservation and recreation purposes by requiring new developments along Bullfrog Creek and in the Alafia River to provide open public access to the waterfront via a public waterfront park. The applicant proposes a park area within the southeast corner of the site adjacent to Bullfrog Creek. A portion of the site is located within the coastal high hazard area and will have to adhere to shelter capacity and clearance times as per policy 6.2 of the coastal management element. And based on those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed plan development consistent with the future Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Is there anyone here that would like to speak in support? Anyone in favor? Seeing no one in the room? Anyone online? All right. Anyone in opposition? No one? No one online. All right. Mr. Grady, anything else?
Nothing further.
All right. From the applicant, anything further?
I should have mentioned earlier that there were several neighbors in support that generated letters and we submitted those into the record earlier, but I just wanted to mention that.
All right.
Close.
I appreciate it. And
Yes,
they've
ma'am.
already been filed into the county's record, you said?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, perfect. Then with that, we'll close rezoning 20-1255 and go to the next case.
Thank you.
The next item is agenda item D4, rezoning PD 20-1264. The Adams Mattamy Tampa Sarasota LLC. The request is rezoned from ARS C4 and ASC 1 to a planned development. Israel Monsanto will provide staff recommendation at the presentation by the applicant. There were revisions to the staff report handed out which Mr. Monsanto will go over those revisions as part of his presentation.
I have those. Thank you. All right, the applicant. Good evening.
Good evening, Cami Corbett with the law firm of Hill Ward Henderson, 101 East Kennedy Boulevard, Suite 3700. I have the privilege of representing Mattamy Homes this evening. I have with me Mr. Mac McGraw, Mr. Tom Griggs. I also have with me this evening Isabel Albert, who is our planning expert, with Trent Stevenson from Level Up, and Steve Links from Links Engineering, who's doing our civil engineering. And in the interest of time, I'm going to go ahead and have Miss Albert now come up and give her planning testimony, followed by Mr. Henry's transportation testimony relating to transportation issues, and then I'll talk to you about the cleanup conditions when I come back.
All right, thank you.
Good evening, Isabel Albert with Half Associates assisting with this rezoning application. Okay, thank you. So this is the site. The site is about 16.5 acre site. It's located on Bell Shoals and Knowles Road in Brandon area, just north of Bloomingdale's Avenue. It has a mixture of zoning from agricultural to residential to planned development. And it is located within the community mixed use 12 future land use category. The rezoning is to allow a 164 townhome development. The site is located in the urban mixed use in the urban service area, as well as with the mixed use category. And part of the rezoning request is that to have to provide a second use that could be met by showing that we have sidewalks on our side to the street within a quarter mile of the commercial area, which is located on Bloomingdale Avenue. What we have surrounding development, this is our site right here. And then to the east, we have a new townhome development that's being built. And to the northeast, there's the county pond there with the vegetated area. And then to the north, we have some vacant ASC1 zoning, as well as different residential development to the north. And then to the east, to the west, we have some office residential zoning, as well as other residential zoning. And to the south of us is the whole intersection over here is the commercial development. We've had a couple of community meetings, and from it, we made some amendment to our site plan. We originally had our main access on Knowles Road, where it's located right now. It's shown as an emergency only gate. But we were able to include the corner pieces. So therefore, we were able to move the access from Knowles Road to Bell Shoals Roads, and leaving these access on Knowles Roads as an only emergency access. And part of the discussion that we had with some of the neighbors was to increase the screening and buffer along the northern boundary. We have on one side, what's required right now is a 5-foot buffer with a type A screening, which would be just a fence or a wall. We've increased on the east side, actually to the east side, we've increased that buffer to 15 feet. And with discussion and agreement with the property owners to the north, we provided a 6-foot aluminum fence with additional vegetation, including a hedge and trees 20 foot on center. On the west side of that, we have a 10-foot buffer. So we're increasing from 5 feet to 10 feet buffer. And also basically going from a type A to a type B, which is to provide the wall. We're providing a wall with additional screening. That's all labeled out on the site plan. Planning Commission staff reviewed the rezoning request and found it consistent with the comprehensive plan. Part of these being in the urban service area, we have a minimal density requirement. In our case, we would have to meet at least 148 units, and we're able to provide 164 units. Being again in the mixed use, as I stated earlier, we were able to show staff that we do meet policy 19.1 by the horizontal integration with the sidewalk to the commercial and retail along Bloomingdale Avenue. And objective 16, which deals with the compatibility with the surrounding area. The area has a mixture of residential, mixture of townhomes. And so with that, we looked at the area and then found the Planning Commission staff found it consistent as well with the comprehensive plan. We're also in the Brandon Community Plan. There's different goals that we meet, but most importantly, we are located in the suburban character district. If you look at the community plan for Brandon, they have a map of their area, which has different district. And the suburban district definitely encourages a mix of types of residential. That includes the townhomes. We're also consistent with the Hillsborough County area-wide vision map. This vision map, as you can see along Bloomingdale and Bell Shoal, they see this area as a high-intensity suburban area. And it's also, if you look at the future land use map, that area is the CMU 12 high-density use area. So Development Services Department reviewed the rezoning and found it compatible with the area, and as well as the Planning Commission, they reviewed it and they found it consistent with the comprehensive plan. And next, I'm going to be Steve Henry. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just go down.
Good
evening. Steve Henry, Links and Associates, 5023 West Laurel, Tampa 33607. We conducted the traffic analysis for the project. And there we go. And based on the results of the analysis, Bell Shoals Road operates at acceptable level of service. What I've graphically shown here is the level of service of Bell Shoals Road. So on the left side, you've got the AM peak hour, right side, the PM peak hour. What I've shown in the green is the peak season traffic on Bell Shoals, and the blue is the additional traffic that we would be adding. And on the top, you can see the line which shows the level of service D capacity. So there's sufficient capacity on the road to handle not only the peak season traffic, but also the addition of our project traffic. In addition, I'll enter into the record tonight the copy of the Hillsborough County Level of Service Report, which also shows that Bell Shoals Road in this section operates at acceptable level of service. With this project, we have filed 2 administrative variances for the project. Both have been deemed approvable by the county engineer. The first has to do with the access for the project. And what this shows is our project, which is on the east side of Bell Shoals, and I've highlighted that in yellow. And then it also shows the roadway plans that for Bell Shoals is being widened. And what we've done is aligned our access with the proposed access on the west side of Bell Shoals. So as you can see in purple, that is a proposed project that's currently going through the zoning process. So we've aligned our access with theirs. Bell Shoals in this area is a collector roadway, and it has a spacing criteria of 245 feet. So we meet, actually, if you look at the graphic, we meet the criteria from Knowles Road, it's 285 feet. We don't quite meet it to the northern church access, that's 185 feet. So that's where we need the design variance for, is to spacing to that. But what we've done is aligned our access with the access on the west side. So again, the county engineers looked at it and has deemed it approvable for that spacing criteria.
Let me ask you the adjacent project to the west in your graphic. If that, you said that's in the zoning process right now?
I lost it there, but
that's okay. I remember what it looks like. It's in there. Oh, no, but that's okay. There it is. The zoning, it's in the zoning process right now, the project on the west.
Correct,
side.
yes.
What if it is not approved? What happens?
Well, there's actually, if you can see underneath it, that is a county pond for Bell Shoals Road. There's actually a driveway in that same area for maintenance of that pond. So we would still align with that driveway.
So that driveway will be there regardless
Correct,
of the
yes.
outcome of that project?
Correct, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. Then the second waiver that we're asking for is for Bell Shoals Road. So currently it is being widened to a 4-lane divided roadway. That widening extends about 700 feet north of Bloomingdale Avenue. And then as you can see here, it starts to taper from there from the 4 lanes to the 2 lanes. Our access, which is shown in blue, is in the 2-lane section. So we were required to meet the TS4 standards of the Transportation Technical Manual. In that manual, it has that you need bike lanes, 7-foot bike lanes along the TS4 roadway. What I've done here is you can see on the plans, and these are a copy of the plans, you can see on the bottom there where the bike lane ends based on the current plans for the widening of Bell Shoals Road. That's about 400 feet south of our project. There's not sufficient right-of-way on Bell Shoals Road to widen it to provide those bike lanes. The county elected not to have those bike lanes added when they did the plans. But as you can, what I've done in yellow is highlighted the sidewalk that is proposed along both the east and west side of Bell Shoals as part of the widening. In addition to that, we are adding sidewalk on Knowles Road, which will connect to Bell Shoals Road. So we'll have that continuous sidewalk around the project. And again, the county engineer has deemed this approvable. And the final one is just simply this is the roadway plans at the intersection of Bell Shoals and Bloomingdale. And just showing you what the geometry is going to be. If you look at the top, that's the southbound approach for Bell Shoals Road. So we're adding dual lefts, 2 throughs, and a right turn at that intersection to help with the capacity of the intersection. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Good evening, Cami Corbett again. The conditions that we are modifying, we are actually modifying as the result of our discussions with Ms. Ann Pollock, who I believe is online this evening, and who is representing the property owner on the northeast quadrant, the vacant agricultural land. And those are changes to condition 4 and condition 6.1 and 6.2 and 6.4. And I just want to make sure we picked all of those up because we did share these with Ms. Pollock. And she was in agreement with them as we were drafting them and just wanted to make sure, I'm not sure I have a copy of what you all have. But essentially what we're doing in condition 4 is adding a requirement for building separation to be a minimum of 20 feet between those buildings.
Right.
We're clarifying that where the property abuts Bell Shoals, we're providing a 10-foot buffer. I'm sorry, Knowles Road right-of-way, we're providing a 10-foot buffer with the type B. And then when we transition over to the northeast area where Ms. Pollock's clients are, we're transitioning to a 15-foot wide buffer. So we have increased that at their request, and we're providing a different type of screening also at their request. And then also 6.4, just clarifying that it has to be, the maintenance has to be handled by some form of formal association, whether it be homeowners property or condo association. And then Mr. Ratliff was also going to be adding a cleanup transportation condition. Did that make it into the record, Ryan?
Is that regarding bicycle and pedestrian
Yes.
access anywhere on the property?
Correct.
Yes,
And that
is
was to
added.
allow it, to make sure we had the flexibility to allow another sidewalk down over on Bell Shoals.
Yes, that's been added as condition 12.
Okay, and I would like to reserve any time for rebuttal. I will be placing into the record a letter from the property owner who's in the donut hole, basically the one property that's not part of the project, and she is in support of the buffering and screening that's being provided to her.
Okay, thank you very much. So that completes your presentation for the moment.
For now, yes,
All right,
we can
thank you.
save the remaining 1 minute 42. For rebuttal.
Okay, thank you. Development Services, please.
Good evening, Israel Monsanto Development Services. As the applicant, the proposed conditions by the applicants, which are condition 4 and 6, those are regarding, like Mrs. Corbett referenced, wider buffers and additional screening, and also the building placement. And also, as you pointed out, condition 12 is being added for transportation instructions. And I will share the screen again in 1 second. I may have to switch the screen again.
Yep, you'll have to switch the screen. Thank you.
Is that okay?
It's all good.
All right. Okay, give me 1 second here. All right. The applicant seeks to rezone 11 parcels currently zone agricultural and residential single-family conventional to a PD, to a new PD, to allow up to 164 single-family attached units or townhomes. The proposed PD will be about 16.5 acres in size and is generally located on the southeast corner of Bell Shoals Road and Knowles Road in Brandon. The site is within the Brandon Community Plan and is in the urban service area with a future land use of Community Mixed Use 12, CMU 12. The proposed PD will include a 10-foot landscape buffer along Knowles Road with 6-foot high a precast wall. The adjacent parcels to the northeast, zone ASC 1, will be separated by a 15-foot wide buffer and screened by a 6-foot high wrought iron style picket fence with type B screening. The applicant is also proposing to plant 3 feet high shrubs on the outside face of the fences along the north. The site will have its main access from the west of Bell Shoals Road, and a second access point from the north to the will be limited for emergency vehicles only. But the PD variation is being requested from Land Development Code 607 for fences and walls to increase a fence height from 6 to 8 feet along a portion of the side boundary, and this 8-foot high fence will be placed around the single family parcel identified with folio 73-139-0000. This is the parcel in question here. So this area here will have the 8-foot high fence. According to the applicant, the neighboring property owner does not object to this rezoning petition, but desires the fence around the property in question to be increased 2 feet. Staff has reviewed the justification statement submitted by the applicant for the variation and finds it meets the criteria of approval per LDC sections 50306C6, and your recommendation, hearing officer, for this application is required to include a finding on whether the requested variation meet the criteria of approval. In addition to the PD variation, a waiver has been requested from the code section 60101 footnote 8. The code requires the structures with a permitted height greater than 20 feet shall be set back an additional 2 feet for every foot of a structure height over 20. As noted, the applicant, we go back. The additional setback shall be added to setbacks or buffer, which functions as a required rear or side yard, as established in the schedule of area height, bulk, and placement regulations. The applicant states that given the location of adjacent homes in relationship to the project boundaries, the resulting setback between the existing homes and the proposed structure will exceed the requirement of the code. And additionally, along the north, the existence of right-of-way and private driveways add distance between the uses. The applicant also proposes landscaping and fences along these project boundaries that meet or exceed the code. As noted by the applicant, 2 administrative variances requests were submitted for transportation review. The county engineer found the variances approvable. Therefore, this will be approved if this rezoning is approved by the county commissioners. Adjacent zoning districts permit residential uses today. The area mostly consists of low to medium density residential uses, as well as office to the west and commercial to the south. These 2 PDs allow for institutional, commercial, and educational uses. Some office residentials to the west or residential to the north, county pond to the east, and a townhome project to the southeast. Residential lots along the north are a mix of 1 acre and 1/3 of acres lots. Some parcels to the west along Bell Shoals, as I stated, are zoned for office residential uses. The project will provide buffers and landscaping meeting or exceeding code requirements with the provision of walls, fences, and natural screening. Other neighbors in the area have expressed concerns with this rezoning. Concerns for increased traffic and safety issues in the area, including the intersection of Bloomingdale Avenue and Bell Shoals, have been included in letters received by staff. As part of this rezoning request, the applicant has provided documents for review for transportation and for road improvements adjacent to the site will be required where feasible. All road improvements will be reviewed in accordance with the conditions stipulated by this rezoning during the site review process and provided during the site construction of the project. Proposed project will consist of a residential use that serves as a transition to commercial uses to the south and residential single family to the north, as well as low scale office to the west. The CMU 12 future land use category contemplates the mix of uses in the area, and the proposed medium density of the project is consistent with the comprehensive plan. The site could be potentially developed with up to 198 units per the CMU 12 density allowance. However, proposed project density is 9.9. dwelling units per the acre. The site is located within the urban service area, will connect to water and sewer, and based on all these considerations, staff recommends approval with conditions. And I'm available if you have any questions.
No, you answered my questions, but thank you so much. Planning Commission, please.
Unica Mills Planning Commission staff, the subject property is located within the community mixed-use 12 future land use classification, the urban service area, in the Brandon Community Planning Area. The proposal meets the intent of Objective 1 and policies 1.3 and 1.4 of the future land use elements by providing growth within the urban service area. The proposed development also meets the minimum density required for properties within the urban service area. Specifically, 164 townhomes are being proposed on a 16.54 acre site, which is a density of 9.9 dwelling units per gross acre. That is consistent with the density expected within the community mixed-use 12 future land use classification. The request also meets the compatibility requirements of future land use element policy 1.4, as the predominant character of the area is residential, including both single-family homes and multifamily homes. The proposal also meets the intent of Objective 16 and its accompanying policies 16.2, 16.3, 16.8, and 16.10 that require new development, infill, and redevelopment to be compatible with the surrounding area in character, lot size, and density. In this case, the proposal is consistent with the development pattern in the area. Properties developing in mixed-use categories must demonstrate a mix of uses if the acreage threshold is reached. A subject site is over 10 acres in size and located within the CMU 12 future land use classification and therefore must meet policy 19.1. The proposed plan development is meeting this requirement through horizontal integration with off-site uses. The requirement allows a property to utilize off-site uses of a different type located within a quarter mile of the project on the same side of the street of a collector or arterial roadway if the site use and the project are connected by a continuous pedestrian sidewalk. The subject property is connected to the light commercial uses at the northeast corner of Belshows Road and Bloomingdale Avenue. The proposed development is also consistent with the Brandon Community Plan. The subject site is located within the character district, which is primarily a residential area of single-family detached homes in mixture of uses at intersections and townhomes. The proposed plan development meets the requirements of this district designation by providing townhomes. And based on the
Ms. Mills, we lost you there the last 30 seconds.
proposed consistent with Hillsborough County.
Ms. Mills, we lost your audio there for the last about 15 seconds.
The subject site is within the. Can you hear me now?
Yes, it seems like your Wi-Fi might be having an issue.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
The subject site is in the suburban character district, which is primarily a residential area of single-family detached homes, mixed uses at intersections and townhomes. The proposed plan development meets the requirement of that district by providing townhomes. And based on those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed plan development consistent with the future Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan, subject to conditions proposed by the Development Services Department. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Is there anyone that would like to speak in support of this project? Anyone in support in the room?
Yes.
Online?
Yes.
I believe we have Brian Boker and Ann Pollock, both of which were signed up for the applicant team.
I'm not an applicant.
Okay, so Ann Pollock.
Good evening. My name is Ann Pollock with Fletcher Fisher Pollock Law Firm, 433 Central Avenue in St. Pete. I represent Barrington Trust. Barbara Provenzano is trustee, the owner of the property directly to the north on the northeast side of the subject property. We understand that development is happening and that this area is transitioning. Our goal is to ensure that the development that does come reflects the existing relatively rural neighborhood, complements what is already there and has been for so long, and minimizes its impact on the long-term residents. For instance, the owner of this property, James Barrington, has lived on this property for over 54 years. We've had several discussions with the applicant's representatives, and we appreciate the developer's efforts to work with us. Our concerns related most specifically to the transition between the proposed buildings and what's already there across Knowles Road. The applicant has agreed to several changes that help with this transition, and Ms. Corbett has explained those changes. They've been made to the conditions, and we would request that if you support this application, you require that these conditions be included. We do have one remaining concern. We feel it's a big concern and it shouldn't be that difficult for the developer to make the change. The buffer is proposed now to be 15 feet on the northeast side, but we would request that it be increased to 20 feet. Given the height of the townhouses in comparison to the existing development, a transition requiring a 20-foot landscape buffer, which is still less than half of the required 45-foot buffer, would mitigate the remaining impacts from this development. Moreover, while in some places the distance between buildings now today is large, this whole area is transitioning to more dense development, and it's difficult to imagine this area will remain as rural as it is in the long term. Thus, the need to think about the future and not just the present when determining what is an appropriate buffer here. So we would request that you recommend a 20-foot buffer on the north side of the project. Thank you for considering our comments and helping to create a less impactful new development in this area.
Ms. Pollock, can I just ask you to clarify, who are you representing?
I represent the owner of the property on the northeast side of the subject property, the Barrington Revocable Trust.
All right, and did you speak to Ms. Corbett about your additional 5-foot request of buffer on that northeast side prior to this
Yes.
hearing?
Mhm.
All right, and I guess that remains a point of contention, is that what you're saying?
Correct. They've
see.
been very agreeable to everything else, but this was one item that we could not agree on.
All right, understood. All right, thank you for your testimony, I appreciate it.
So much.
Is there someone else that wanted to speak in support?
We also have Brian Boker, who is also signed up as the applicant team. I just want to confirm that if he's with the applicant team or for support.
I'm the property owner for support for the project.
You're the property owner, you said? Mr.
I'm
Moore?
one of the property owners and I am voicing my support for the project, yes.
All right, could you give us your name and address for the record,
Sure.
please?
My name is Brian Boker. My address is 3209 Bell Shoals Road, Brandon, Florida 33511.
All right, did you have anything else you wanted to say other than to testify in support?
I just wanted to say thank you for the opportunity to comment. With all due respect, it is my understanding that transportation concurrency has been repealed and the developer will pay a fair share of the mobility fee. Therefore, I feel the transportation concern should not be the basis of denial. Furthermore, the improvements to Bell Shoals, when completed, will alleviate transportation congestion in the area. Additionally, I feel the county should examine the timing of the traffic signal that was constructed on Bell Shoals Road south of Bloomingdale-Bell Shoals intersection at the Publix at Starwood Avenue. The poor timing of that light is causing many of the delays in this area, particularly after 3 p.m. when schools are letting out, and continues throughout the evening rush hour area. With respect to school concurrency or capacity, the school board's comments indicate that there is sufficient capacity at this time. As owner of multiple parcels of this assemblage, I would like to voice my support for zoning application 20-1264. Thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you, I appreciate your testimony. All right, anyone else in the room or online that would like to testify in support? Seeing no one, anyone in opposition to this project? I see one person in the room. Do we have anyone virtually?
We have 2 people signed up. One was James Barry, but I believe that's him here.
Okay.
And the other one is Rebecca Barrington, but I don't believe she signed in.
All right, Mr. Barry, if you could give us your name and address, please.
Sure. James Barry, 3028 Colonial Ridge Drive in Brandon.
Thank you.
And I have not been sworn.
Oh, all right. If there's anyone in the room, this case or any other case in the future, if you want to speak, oh, it looks like your whole team, all right. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Please proceed.
All right, I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you tonight. I do have a presentation. We live in the Colonial Oaks subdivision, which is just to the east of this parcel. The county pond and wetland on the east of this parcel is right between our street and that parcel.
Okay.
Can we put up those slides? Can they see that? Okay, thank you. So the reason we're here tonight is, I think, to add a little texture to some of the things that we've heard both from the applicant and from the planning staff. They talk about how it's a mixed-use area of, residential, multifamily, single-family, and commercial. I think the important thing to remember is that the multifamily that has already been developed is all on Bloomingdale Avenue. One is the district, and that's 112 townhomes, nearly complete, that is just to the southeast of the parcel in question. And their ingress and egress is directly onto Bloomingdale Avenue. Just to the west of that and to the south of this parcel is the Laburnum Garden Apartments with 81 units that also have ingress and egress on Bloomingdale Avenue, but they also have a small side entrance on Bell Shoals. This picture is taken at Bell Shoals and Giles, which is approximately half a mile north of the intersection. That traffic routinely backs up at rush hour, morning and afternoon, from Bloomingdale all the way up to Giles and beyond. I don't think 700 feet of 4 lanes at the intersection is going to alleviate any of this. The parcel in question, their access onto Bell Shoals will be about halfway between this point and Bloomingdale. And I think 164 new units trying to get into that level of traffic is not only going to add to congestion, but it's going to add to safety issues. There are 2 crosswalks nearby, one of which services Bloomingdale High School. We've had several near misses trying to use those crosswalks. And again, the additional traffic will just add to the safety issues of trying to cross Bell Shoals Avenue. I think I may have misinterpreted the traffic or the transportation reports because it seemed like it would add 1,000 trips per day. But I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with how those things were calculated. But it just seemed like 3/4 of those would be to the south, between the development and Bloomingdale Avenue. I think that presents a particular problem for this reason. Despite the improvements, Bloomingdale and Bell Shoals is already one of the worst intersections in the county for accidents. In the last 5 months of 2020, it was in the top 5 countywide. In August, it was number 2 in all of Hillsborough County for crashes. In September, number 3. In October, November, and December of 2020, it was the 5th worst intersection in the county, according to HCSO statistics. So I think the safety issues involved in this are only going to be exacerbated by adding 164 units to a 2-lane road in close proximity to one of the worst intersections in the county. We also have some environmental concerns. This is the small pond and wetland between our subdivision and the proposed development. Fortunately, right now, we have a fairly healthy ecosystem. We have bald eagles, we have ospreys, we have hooded mergansers, which I had to look up in a bird book. But we're worried about the impact on this environment from that development. We already have construction debris and trash that we find in the pond. There's a great deal of runoff that we think might adversely affect the area. We know the plan for the development includes retention ponds, but we still think there could be a serious risk of environmental damage from this development. These are other looks at our pond. We take kayaks out there to scoop up the trash. And a lot of it comes from the construction to the south and the southeast that's currently underway. And we can only imagine it might get worse with 164 new units. It's said that duckweed being present in a pond is a sign of a healthy ecosystem, but when duckweed completely overtakes a pond, it's a sign of increased nitrogen levels from runoff. So I think the runoff from paved surfaces and lawns are also contributing to an environmental degradation of the area. So in summary, we already have almost 200 units along Bloomingdale Avenue of multifamily housing. Although this is adjacent to those, it encroaches into an area that's all agriculture and single family. And we think this is inconsistent with the current layout of the area. There's been plenty of public comments about the stress on public services, schools that are at or near or over capacity, fire and law enforcement issues. But the safety issues and the congestion issues along Bell Shoals are probably the biggest concern, as well as the risk to the environment. And we're not completely opposed to development. We just think it should be something more consistent with the surrounding area. If this was an RSC 3 or 4 proposal, we probably wouldn't be asking for any of your time tonight. But we think that this development of this kind of density encroaching north from that Bloomingdale corridor is going to be detrimental to our area. And I appreciate your time, and I'll answer any questions.
I don't have any at this time, but I appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
If you could please sign in with the clerk's office. Thank you. Do you have a copy of that presentation? You submit it to the record. Absolutely. All right. Anyone else that would like to speak in opposition to this application, either in the room or online? No one? All right. Mr. Grady, anything further from you?
Nothing further.
All right, then let me ask for Mr. Ratliff to comment on the gentleman's concerns about the intersection, the safety concerns that he raised from Bell Shoals and Bloomingdale in that area. Mr. Ratliff.
Yes, hi. James Ratliff with Transportation Review Section. So there is not any, I mean, of course, safety is a spectrum. There's every single additional trip that development places on a road, increases the likelihood of a crash. But that being said, we have not identified there being a problem that would rise to the level of us, saying that development can't occur here. So again, the county engineer did review the design exception request, or I believe it was administrative variance request, and did not essentially, notate any issues there.
And you noted Mr. Henry's presentation where he talked about he showed the graph of the existing capacity and what was available yet to be placed on the adjacent roadways. You're in agreement with that presentation?
I was not looking at it close enough to say whether I could agree or disagree. If it's with respect to capacity of the adjacent roadways, staff does not take that into consideration because of House Bill 7207 that passed, and essentially saying that existing deficiencies on a roadway are not something that we can look at. Again, you have to allow developers to pay and go, which is why the county repealed its concurrency system and implemented a mobility fee system. And so again, we don't look at those issues of capacity in our analysis.
All right. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. All right, then we'll go back to the applicant who has 5 minutes plus another minute from the previous for rebuttal.
Cami Corbett, for the record, if I could ask the gentleman, I did not hear his source for his crash data.
Yep, we can ask him his course. Sir, can you come forward, please, with your mask on, though? If you could just put on the record your name again.
Yeah, James Barry. The source for the crash reports was Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office data from the Hillsborough County GIS website.
All right, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Cami Corbett again. I'd like to ask Steve Henry to address the transportation issues, and I'll address a couple of the others.
Okay.
Evening, Steve Henry again, Langston Associates. A couple of the comments that Mr. Berry made. One is the backup. Again, we're going from basically 2 lanes at the intersection to 5 lanes at the intersection. So that is going to help the backup. That is going to alleviate that backup that you see there today when you go from essentially 2 lanes at an intersection to 5 lanes at an intersection. As far as safety, and I will certainly enter into the record, but we've got the 5-year crash history and looks at the top 100 intersections in Hillsborough County. And this looks at all the data, not just the sheriff's, but all the data. And that intersection is not even on the list. In addition to that, the Elmo. This is the from the Hillsborough County MPO. This is what they call their heat map. And this shows where accidents are occurring and the level of accidents. And our intersection is right in this area right in here. You can see it is not a high accident area. So and maybe Ms. Corbett can explain better, but basically that data is very, very limited from the sheriff's office. I'm going to enter into the record, which is the Hillsborough County data, looks at all the reports. And this one also looks at it. This is a study that has been done by the MPO with their Vision Zero, looking at the serious accident history within Hillsborough County. So again, the data I think is somewhat flawed from the sheriff's office, and we've seen that on numerous occasions along Bloomingdale Avenue. And then also, as far as our impact on the intersection, we will consume less than 2% of the capacity of that intersection. So our impact on the intersection is insignificant. Thank you.
All right, thank you. If you could submit that into the record, I appreciate it. All right, Ms. Corbett?
Place a photo on. I don't know. Give you a sort of a better look of the stormwater pond here. Cami Corbett again. This is the pond in question. This actually, and I have this experience and knowledge because I actually rezoned the townhomes, the district that he's referring to, the D.R. Horton project. I actually was involved in that rezoning. And at the time of that rezoning, that pond is actually a stormwater pond for this subdivision. And it's only become county owned within the last couple of years because as we discovered in the rezoning, this pond was privately owned previously. It was owned by a landowner who owned it and there was no one obligated to maintain it and it was not being maintained. And it's only since the county purchased the property and is maintaining it that there's really been any kind of maintenance going on. So I think that would explain some of the condition in the pond. Also, I'd like to say that Ms. Abby Naylor performed an environmental review and found that there are no endangered species on the site. So we don't really have any of concerns on that. And then I will be placing into the record a memorandum of law on lay testimony. Unfortunately, Mr. Berry did a great job, a nice job in his presentation. Unfortunately, he's not an expert in any of the areas on which he was testifying. The future land use of this property is CMU 12, and it's been planned that way for a long time. And we are consistent, as you heard from both the Planning Commission and Development Services, that we're consistent with and compatible with that land use. So in fact, it is planned for mixed use and including townhomes. Also a note on the character district from the Brandon Community Plan. That character district is not intended to be regulatory, yet we still comply with it. So it's not even something that's mandatory, but we are complying with it and we are consistent with it. And lastly, I think to get to your question about Ms. Pollock and the 20-foot setback, we did consider that, and we originally had the same 10 feet along her client's property boundary that we had on the northwest side. And she asked us to take a look at it, and we were able to give the additional 5 feet. But once we get into the next additional 5 feet, we're talking about redesigning our entire site plan. And with drainage, stormwater constraints, and the drainage going to the south, we really cannot accommodate. And it's not just a simple thing for us to do. And although we are reducing the setbacks, we have significantly increased the screening. And if you have to look at it, and while we might look to the future, all the zoning is on that property now is ASC 1, and they have a 50-foot front yard setback requirement in ASC 1. So with our 20 feet, we would be 70 feet from anything they could develop under this current zoning. And if they were to rezone, they would then have control over also what kind of compatibility setbacks, buffers, and screenings. So we are actually providing 2 times the required buffer on the northwest side and 3 times the required buffer on the northeast side. And so we did try to work in good faith. We made all of the concessions that we were able to make that we thought made the whole project a better project, and we were able to do that, but we just could not get there with that last condition. And lastly, in conclusion, I believe that all of the expert testimony you heard this evening supports a recommendation of approval based on compatibility and consistency with a comprehensive plan.
All right, thank you for that. I appreciate it. Then we'll close rezoning 20-1264 and go to the next case.
The next item is agenda item D5, rezoning application PD 20-1266. The Applicants Revistart LLC. The request is rezoned from AS 0.4 to a plan development. I'll provide staff recommendation after presentation by the applicant.
All right, it's the applicant here.
I believe the applicant's virtual.
Mr. Gardner?
Yes, can you hear me?
We do not have your camera yet. Oh, there we go. Now we're good.
Perfect. Am I really loud on your end? Because I'm hearing an echo.
The audio sounds good on this end.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much for your consideration tonight. And if I could, Ms. Finch, I would like to share my screen to display an aerial. Perfect. Can you see that?
Can you also please state your name and address for the record?
Sure. Truett Gardner, 400 North Ashley Drive, Tampa, Florida.
And yes, we're seeing a map.
Okay, great. The property in question is up in the top left-hand corner, and the intersection is Balm Riverview Road and Rodine Road, which runs east-west. The property is 4.86 acres. Current zoning is AS4. Future land use designation is RES4, and the property is within the urban service area. Our request is for a slightly over 28,000 square foot limited commercial neighborhood uses development. The first phase, which is the main phase and the priority here, is for 10,640 square feet of retail development uses. And then the second phase, which will be retained by the current owner, is more of just a remnant piece. The owner didn't want to be left with undevelopable land. And so the remainder of the square footage would be used for future development, but there are absolutely no plans for that now. The max FAR proposed is 0.13, where the max that could be requested is 0.25. And then we are not requesting any variances to the LDC. This project has evolved, and we appreciate your patience with this. We had initial concerns from EPC and from transportation. We worked closely with both of those departments. We resolved those issues. And so we're now down to one last agency concern, and that's from the Planning Commission, and it is limited to policy 22.2, which is the commercial location criteria policy. As you know, the commercial locational criteria requires neighborhood commercial uses to be within 900 feet of an intersection. We are 1,000 feet, so we're only 100 feet away from compliance. While we appreciate the Planning Commission staff and their desire to want to hold tight to its policies, we feel that in this unique instance, a waiver is justifiable for the following reasons. One, the property itself. The intent of the policy is for commercial uses to be at an intersection and then to transition away from that intersection to residential uses. In this instance, however, the property has been used for commercial aquacultural purposes for numerous years, and that has since been abandoned. So the use in question has not been residential, nor do I think it should be residential in the future. Looking at some research and talking to our environmental consultant, commercial fish ponds are notorious for negative environmental impacts, specifically with respect to phosphorus, nitrogen, and mercury. So neighborhood commercial, we feel, is a better use for this area and this property as opposed to residential. Secondly, we've got the development pattern of the intersection. And if I could, I'm going to switch. So somewhat similar to the aerial from before, but the intersection of Rodine Road and Balm Riverview is quickly developing. At the intersection itself, it's becoming a true commercial node with personal services, a new daycare facility, and there's a new convenience store not shown on this aerial, but it's at the southeast quadrant of that intersection. And then secondly, and the purpose of this aerial is to show that the precedent in general is not just for commercial development at the intersection, but the precedent is also for it to be further away. Going south of the intersection, you can see, and there's a code up in the top there. They have, let's see, there is. It's somewhat out of your screen. There it is. At the bottom is a convenience store, which is 2,736 feet away. And then working north from there, there is a dog kennel, which that is in excess of 1,000 feet. There is a business called Samaya's Lifesaver that is also within, in excess of 1,000 feet, as well as another convenience store, which is 1,075 feet away. So with that, we think the precedent for this intersection is for development to not just be occurring at the intersection itself, but also further away from the intersection. And then lastly, and I sent this to Brian this afternoon, we've been working and we've submitted 20 different conditions. Many of those are already noted in your staff report, which help mitigate any sort of adverse impacts. In particular, with respect to the CN uses and working with transportation, we've limited those and we have excluded daycare, pharmacies, and restaurants. In our attempts to work with EPC, we have 3 notes on the site plan that satisfy their concerns. We also have enhanced yards and buffering. And then again, that limitation on the FAR to 0.3 when 0.25 could be requested. So with that, we feel that the conditions, the pattern of development in the area and the property itself, and just the fact that we're only 100 feet away from meeting locational criteria help mitigate these concerns, and we would respectfully ask for your consideration.
Mr. Gardner, I just have a couple of questions.
Sure.
First, the graphics that you're sharing, have you submitted those previously to the county?
I do not believe so.
All right. And so, Mr. Grady, how does that become part of his presentation as he's presenting these virtually?
I'd have to ask the county attorney's office to advise procedurally if that's an issue at this point or.
And if not, we'd be happy to supplement the record with those aerials.
Is there not a requirement to submit documents ahead of time that you're going to show if you're going to present something virtually?
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah, Ms. Dorman, Ms. Lundgren, if you could help us with that.
Ms. Dorman, can you hear us? I believe your phone may be muted.
I think I just unmuted my phone.
Okay, yeah, we can hear you.
Yes, and I don't know if Ms. Lundgren would like to chime in as well, but yes, I believe that that the documents are supposed to be submitted prior to the hearing.
All right, so and then Mr. Gardner did not submit them. He just stated he had not submitted them previously into the county's record. Then he is unable at the close of this hearing to supplement the record in any way. Is that correct?
That is my understanding.
Okay. All right. Well, then thank you for that. I appreciate it. Then Mr. Gardner, I just have a couple of questions based on your testimony. I'm looking at an aerial of the county's aerial from the staff report of the property. And so as you go north from the intersection of Baum Riverview and Rodine, it's zoned CN going north, then it's zoned CG restricted, all right? And then there's an intervening property between that CG restricted and your property that appears to be a single family home. Is that correct?
So that's actually a very interesting observation. So the CGR that's immediately to the south of the residential structure that you're discussing,
yes,
is actually in common ownership with that house. He has the portion that's zoned CGR is an auto repair with open storage, and then his residence is immediately to the north.
Yes.
Another thing that's somewhat interesting about it is it's under one folio. The whole thing is homesteaded, even though that CGR operation, business operation, is occurring on greater than half of the owner's property.
So it is a single family home and it is zoned AS 0.4, right?
Correct.
Okay. And then across the street, on the other side, if you do that same analysis going north on the intersection, going north on the east side, CN restricted, then there's a PD, which, what is that approved for on the other side of Balm Riverview?
That has a myriad of, it looks like they're primarily healthcare and personal service uses.
Okay. And then everything north of that, across from your property, is AS1. Is that right?
Correct, AS1.
All right. So help me with then your argument that there is precedent for the transition, the non-residential uses extending past what the commercial locational node is. Help me with that.
Sure, the ones that are in excess of 1,000 feet are to the south of that intersection of Balm Riverview Road. So the same commercial criteria would apply, but they had been approved on multiple instances south of the intersection.
I see. Okay. That was my only question.
Sure.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. We'll go to Development Services, please.
Brian Grady, Hillsborough County Development Services. The applicant is requesting to rezone a 4.86 acre parcel from ASO4 to a planned development to allow 28,190 square feet of retail commercial uses in 3 buildings. The applicant is proposing the buildings consisting of 10,640 square feet, 9,445 square feet, and 8,105 square feet. The parcel is located in the west side of Balm Riverview Road, 226 feet southeast of the intersection of Balm Riverview Road and Rose Lane. As noted, the Planning Commission, the site does not meet commercial location criteria. The Planning Commission is not supporting a waiver of the location criteria and has found the request inconsistent. With respect to compatibility, the parcel is immediately surrounded by large lot agricultural zone properties to the north, AS1, west ASO4, south ASO4, and east AS1 across Bomboyette Road. These zoning districts permit agricultural, residential, and residential sport uses. Further to the southeast at the intersection of Bomboyette Road and Rodine Road are commercial zoned and developed parcels. The subject parcel is separated from those parcels by an intervening parcel developed with a single family home. As noted, the subject parcel does not meet location criteria, and Planning Commission staff has not supported the requested waiver due to the location criteria based on concerns about the compatibility of the proposed use with the surrounding development pattern. Staff concurs that the immediately surrounding development pattern raises compatibility concerns with the introduction of commercial uses outside of the established commercial node located at the intersection of Boyette Road and Rodine Road and does not provide for an appropriate land use transition from the subject intersection. Therefore, based on these considerations, staff finds the request not supportable.
All right. Thank you so much. Planning Commission, please.
Unica Mills Planning Commission staff, the subject property is located within the residential 4 future land use classification, the urban service area, and the Riverview and South Shore area-wide systems community plans. The proposed request is inconsistent with the residential 4 future land use classification, which designates areas for low-density residential development. The subject property does not meet commercial locational criteria. A waiver has been submitted for review. According to the waiver, the locational criteria for policy 22.2 requires that neighborhood serving commercial uses be located within 900 feet of the intersection of the node, given the project's residential 4 future land use classification. The waiver states that the project is located within 1,000 feet of the intersection node, and 1,000 feet is a very slight shortfall. According to the waiver, the neighborhood commercial use proposed by the project is compatible with the adjacent and proximate commercial land uses. The intersection of Balm Riverview Road and Rodine Road is an emerging commercial node that features personal service businesses, a new child care daycare facility, and a convenience store and gas station. Southernly, adjacent to the project, is an auto repair store with open storage. To the west, the land is undeveloped and ultimately transitioned to agricultural fields. And it's a single-family residential community. That serves as a barrier to further commercial development northwards. The waiver also states that the mere adjacency to residential use does not make the commercial make the neighborhood commercial project incompatible. The waiver also states that to address compatibility concerns, the project commercial building is 60 feet from the northern residential property line, which provides more than enough buffering between the commercial and residential use. Planning Commission staff acknowledges that the applicant utilizes site planning techniques that result in the commercial building being located adjacent to Balm River View Road, a collector. The applicant has also committed to excluding certain uses. Consequently, the zoning and development pattern transitions from commercial to low-density residential, moving away from the intersection. Commercial neighborhood would disrupt the gradual transition of uses from the intersection and the overall development pattern of residential area that is located further away from the node. While the application has attempted to move closer towards the intent of commercial neighborhood through site planning, Planning Commission staff finds that development does not meet commercial locational criteria and does not fulfill the intent of Objective 16, 16.1, 16.2, and 16.3 of the future land use element. The site does not fall within the 900 feet of Balm Riverview and Roadie. The parcel is again approximately 1,000 feet outside of that node. Consequently, again, in commercial criteria. The site is located within the residential district of the community planning area, which is primarily residential development. Compatible transitions in adjacent land uses, particularly with agricultural operations and the lands acquired for preservation and/or open space, which is goal 1. There are wetlands located on the subject property. EPC Wetlands Division has reviewed the proposed rezoning, and the site's plans current configuration or resubmittal is not necessary. And based on those considerations, the Planning Commission staff finds the proposed plan development inconsistent with the future Hills comprehensive plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone either in the room or online that would like to speak in support of this application? Anyone in favor? All right, seeing no one, anyone in opposition? Either in the room or online? Seeing no one, Mr. Grady, anything else?
Yes, I have a comment and a question that I need the county attorney's office to weigh in on with respect to the applicant's proposed conditions. As he indicated, I had received an email from the applicant shortly before the start of this hearing. I was under the assumption that someone from the applicant may be attending the hearing. So with respect to those proposed conditions, looking at them, they, for the most part, pretty much reflect the proposed conditions that were submitted by transportation staff in their report. EPC recommended conditions that are in their report. So they reflect existing conditions proposed by the various reviewing agencies that are in the record. In addition to that, they do propose restricting the FAR to 0.13, which is also in the record on their site plan, and then propose setbacks and buffering screening per the land development code. So again, it does appear that their proposed conditions reflect, again, what's in the record with respect to the various reviewing agencies. So I wanted to get their opinion from a procedural standpoint. Proceeding forward, again, understanding that staff did not provide conditions of approval, and when this ultimately goes to the Board of County Commissioners, if the board chooses to do something, or the hearing officer chooses to recommend something different than what is proposed, would the fact that, again, going over these verbally as I have, and the fact that they do reflect existing conditions from the various staff agency reviews, is there any procedural issue do you see with, if the applicant wanted the board to be able to entertain proposed conditions with the fact sets we have right now with respect to those proposed conditions?
Oh, yes, this is Johanna Lundgren from the County Attorney's Office. Are you able to hear me? I hear there's an echo.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. I believe that as Mr. Grady has stated, those conditions have been adequately entered into the record, and Mr. Grady is basically confirming at this time that staff has evaluated those conditions and is prepared to find that they are in the record as he stated. So I believe that that should answer your question, Mr. Grady. If
Yes, it
there's
does.
anything else you need from me, you know.
No, that's sufficient. I just want to get the confirmation. Thank you.
All right. Then we'll go back to, now that we've completed staff comments. Now we'll go back to the applicant who has 5 minutes for rebuttal. Mr. Gardner.
Sure. Thank you, and thank everybody for their time. Again, in this instance, we have satisfied all of the concerns with respect to this application, except for one and one only, and that's the locational criteria. Again, we are 100 feet from being in compliance with it. So basically, we're meeting 9/10 of it. So with respect to that, on that additional 100 feet, I think it's important to look at the mitigating circumstances, and there's three here, as I mentioned before. One, the property itself, its former use, and that it's just not suitable for a residential development. Two, the development pattern at the intersection, and not just at the intersection itself, but the precedent that's been set to the south, where numerous commercial developments have been approved that are in excess of 1,000 feet. And then third, the 20 conditions that have been submitted, which limit the FAR, restrict the uses, provide for enhanced landscape and buffering and yards, agree to the traffic improvements that Mr. Ratliff requested, as well as the negotiations are reflected as well with EPC. So with that, we'd ask for your consideration of this request.
All right. Thank you for your time and testimony. And with that, we'll close rezoning 20-1266 and go to the next case.
The next item is agenda item D6, rezoning PD 20-1270. The applicant's Jose Martinez and Booth's Development. The request is a rezone from planned development and AR to a planned development. Michelle Heinrich will provide staff recommendation after presentation by the applicant. We do have revised transportation and staff reports. Again, the revised staff report reflects the revisions of this transportation report, which was predicated by additional comments from the DOT that were received subsequent to the report filing. So it's sort of like they're reacting to that, and staff will be available to explain those changes during their presentations.
All right. Thank you so much. Good evening.
Good evening, Madam Hearing Master. For the record, Michael Brooks, 606 East Madison. There's an echo in here too. 606 East Madison Street, Tampa 33602. I'm here on behalf, of course, of the applicant, Jose Martinez, who is here with Bose Development. I have my consulting team, which is consists of Michael Yates from Palm Traffic, Dale Merriman from Merriman Environmental, and I believe that we have somewhere in this on virtual Kevin Roberson from Kimley Horn here as well. And we have all been sworn. I want to keep my comments relatively brief as to the land use compatibility, consistency issues. We don't have any objections from the from PGM, from Development Services, from the Planning Commission. The development is in a commercial node at the intersection of 301 and Baum Road. It is at what will be the terminus of the new flyover for Pacific, coming from Apollo Beach Boulevard through Waterset and Paseo Al Mar. So it is an emerging activity center. Our presentation is largely going to consist on Mr. Merriman coming up and talking about environmental issues that are in the backup, and then in somewhat explanatory detail, Michael Yates on the transportation, particularly the design exception, what's happening with this road in this intersection. Of course, I have a binder for you and have one for the clerk as well, if I can approach with that.
Sure.
And then turn this over to Mr. Merriman.
Okay. One for the clerk as well.
Good evening, ma'am. Dale Merriman, 10408 Bloomingdale Avenue, and that's Riverview 33578. What we are going to try to do is to briefly explain some of the environmental site conditions and all the documents that we're going to discuss are entered into the record in the binder that was presented to you. This property is to be a planned development at the northeast intersection of US Highway 301 South and SR 672. On the left is 301, and across horizontal at the bottom is Baum Road, just to give you some perspective. If we look back at the critical historical records, the original exhibit that we showed, the 1975, shows that it's all historical pasture land, improved pasture. There are a few oak trees on the property, live oaks, but that is predominantly it. I wanted to also note on this particular aerial that there are no man-made ponds, there are no ditches visible, and there are no wetlands on site. Now, it wasn't until 1984 that a large substandard mobile home park with a public bathhouse was constructed on this property. Now, this feature is on the two westernmost parcels, and if you look to the right, it is a residential, single-family residential. At this point in time, when these developments went in, you can clearly see the black ponds that they created. One's a cattle pond, and the other pond is for the mobile home park. So in 2007, we clearly see the mobile home parks is still there, but we've gone from the original 1975 aerial where we saw a few large oak trees to a coverage, almost entire coverage of the bottom part of the property. And that is with Brazilian pepper that composes about 85 to 90% of the property. It was so dense, it was extremely hard to get through it to be able to do the wetland delineation. I want to also show that in this area, the photo documentation shows you the condition of the property itself. A lot of old dilapidated mobile homes, a lot of solid waste, tires, everything has been kind of scattered throughout this property. So the condition is not ideal by any means. On or about August 18th, 2020, we met the district out there to approve the locations and designations of any wetland / surface water systems. What you see in front of you is one of the USGS soil maps, and the site, all three parcels are composed of upland soils. After we had been on site, the district determined, and there are 3 ditches and the 2 ponds that we saw before for the developments. They were all determined to be upland cut surface waters. And subsequently, in December 28th of 2020, we received the formal approval of the wetland delineation survey. Subsequent to the district's approved upland cut surface waters, EPC decided to make a determination, which is contrary to the district's legal and formal determination, that they wanted to claim 2 ditches. Now, keep in mind that there were no ditches, there were no ponds visible in any of the historic aerials, which backs up the determination made by SwiftMud. Based upon the two ditches that they wanted to claim, on February 26th of this year, we filed a notice exemption verification. Now, finally, I'm going to wrap up fairly quick because I want to save time for the other presenters. On April 2020, listed survey, species survey was completed, and there were no endangered, threatened, or species of special concern on the site. And based upon the site being covered with 85 to 90% of nuisance exotics such as the Brazilian pepper, there is no quality habitat that would even begin to be available to any species. What I have done is we provided you with the front page of the listed species report, and then also an exhibit inside of it that dictates the type of species that were located on site, the common species. And finally, if you remember on the 75, the tree cover was predominantly live oaks, even though they were small at that time within that improved pasture. We did a survey of 23 oaks. We assessed it according to the county's codes, and all of them were assessed as fair to poor condition. Based upon that and some of the sizes, none of these oaks qualify as grand per their criteria. It should be noted when you look at the photographs and you see the degree of debris around there, there's a lot of damaged oak trees used to have hoists to pull engines out of cars and things such as that. So as you can see in the photos, the trees are in extremely poor condition. So I appreciate your time, and I just wanted to memorialize the environmental conditions and the history of this improved pastures and of the three parcels that we're discussing tonight.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, ma'am.
If you could please sign in with the clerk's office.
Oh, yes.
Thank you.
And Ms. Finch, Michael Yates is going to come, but I want to make clear for the record that all of Mr. Merriman's full copies of his reports and all the environmental agencies' responses are in the record.
Thank you so much. Good evening.
Good evening, Michael Yates, Palm Traffic, 400 North Tampa Street, Suite 1500. I'll try to get through this as quickly as possible. This is the general site plan. Again, we are in the northeast corner of US 301 and Baum Road. Casa El Mar is to the west. There are 3 CIP projects that are happening in this area, and wanted to kind of give you an overview of what those were. As Michael Brooks alluded to in his presentation, that Casa El Mar here is getting ready to start construction for the flyover. So basically it's going to take Casa El Mar and connect to US 41. And so it's going to go over I-75 and connect through Waterset. US 301 to the south of Baum Road is under construction as a 6-lane divided roadway. It's already been constructed to the north. They've already started construction going south. You will see in the transportation report, it's one of the current LOSFs from the Hillsborough County Level of Service report, but that was because they did not include the improvement in the LOS report from 2019. But it is under construction, which would mean it operates at acceptable level of service. The third one is the existing school to the east over here. There's the existing high school. They just finished construction. The next project is a CIP project that provides sidewalk connection from the school to the intersection of 301 and Baum, both on the north side and south side. And I want to walk through that with you because we're trying to do some of those improvements. We've been coordinating with the county. In our package, you will have a copy of the CIP information, so you have that in your package. If I get this. There we go. So again, you can see this is the existing school that is already built and occupied. There is existing sidewalk that they built along their property frontage. There is sidewalk to the Discovery World, so right in front of that parcel. But there is no other sidewalk either on the north side or the south side of Baum over to US 301. This is kind of the existing conditions of the roadway. This aerial photo, the street view is taken from the cross-section AA, which is just past, there's a culvert going under the road. And that's where this was taken from. You will see in the photo the guardrails that are there. That's for the culvert where the water runs from the south side to the north side, where our property is. But this is the existing typical section. The next one is the proposed CIP cross-section. So we've been working with the county, trying to understand what their proposed plan was for the modifications to add the sidewalk. Because there is only 62 feet of right-of-way, there's very limited right-of-way. And so that creates design constraints even for the CIP project. So they have plans to acquire additional right-of-way, both on the north side and the south side. But they also plan to go from with no curb to a curb, F-type curb section along both sides of the road. And so then they're gonna have to pipe the drainage. And so basically curb and gutter. So the water will go into the curbing and gutter. And they still have to go through design, but this is their preliminary plans. And we've been working with them and the county engineer and had those discussions.
So it would be the goal to continue that sidewalk all the way to the intersection.
Exactly, both on the north side and south side.
Understood.
And so what we've been working to come up with is a proposed improvement plan for Baum Road. And I will go through this, and if you have any questions, please ask, because it's a lot of improvement. So on the south side of the road, you will see right here, we're doing this F-type curb, which matches the proposed improvement from the county in the CIP, and the 4-foot sod section, which they have in their proposed plan. Hopefully I'm okay for a little more time.
You've got 30 seconds left. Are you the last presenter?
I am.
Okay, we'll give you a couple minutes just to wrap up.
So this will match basically what they had in the CIP. And then so when they do the additional right-of-way, they will be able to put in the sidewalk on the south side. So that's one of our design exceptions, is for no sidewalk on the south side because we get to a constrained section within the existing right-of-way. We're reducing from 12-foot to 11-foot lanes to fit all the additional turn lanes. So you can see down here, basically, the existing westbound left is about 130 feet. With the proposed school that's there now and the proposed development, the turn lane needs to be 630 feet. And so we're doing that entire improvement to provide that full length turn lane. We're also adding a westbound right turn lane at the intersection. And what this does is this goes through our proposed driveway and provides a turn lane for our driveway. So we can accommodate the future queue and plus a turn lane for our driveway, and it provides a continuous right turn lane. And then there's a design exception with this, but we will be providing sidewalk along the entire north side, which you see in the graphic. And we did it on the back of the right-of-way line. And so that will tie into the existing sidewalk at the Discovery World. And so basically that will build the entire northern section out of the CIP, and we will build the curb section on the south side, which will allow a much reduced cost improvement for the CIP project.
I see.
I know there's two things, and I'll be quick. I know one of the questions always came up and part of our discussion with the county engineer on the design exception is, why don't you just shift the road to the north? Since we had extra right of way up there and we're doing a ditch section rather than a curb section, why don't you just shift the driveway to the north, the road to the north? Then you could fit the bike lane, the sidewalk on the south side. But the problem we get is the deflection at the intersection of Paso El Mar and 301. And so what you will see here is going eastbound from Paso El Mar to the Baum Road section. So the max deflection that DOT allows through their intersection is 5%, and that is exactly what we are. And so that's why we're not shifting the road any further to the north. So we've maximized that deflection that we could have. And then just one last thing to clean up the record. I know when staff was reviewing it, a question just came up about we did an AM analysis because our AM trip generation was higher. All the school traffic is higher in the AM peak hour. But we did look at the PM peak hour. There are less in the driveway volumes coming in, so it would not affect the turn lanes. All this is part of the package that you have, and so you have all the information.
Okay.
And happy to answer any questions you may have.
The only question that comes to mind is the uses. I saw the two schools on the north side adjacent to your property. On the south side, what is there that would require a sidewalk and pedestrian use?
I'll talk from the area. So is this the section you're talking about?
Yes.
So it's currently vacant, but there is an approved PD for a charter school. Now, they have since dropped the property. I did the traffic study for that. So they are not coming forward, but they are an approved PD. Part of the design that we did would accommodate, if you shorten the left turn lane, they could come in and just modify that left and provide sufficient storage. But they are an approved PD, but they've dropped their property, so no real plans to proceed. And I know a couple of users have looked at it, but none of them are proceeding.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I appreciate that. Mr. Brooks, does that conclude your presentation?
I would say I would reserve any time, but I think we've used it all.
Yeah, and then
Yes.
some, yes. All right. Development Services, please.
Hi, good evening. This is Michelle Heinrich, Development Services. As you saw, this is a rezoning of 15 acres from 2 PDs in AR zone property to one new PD to allow for 150,000 square feet of CG zoning district uses. The site is located in the Res 4 future land use category, and it is subject to locational criteria. The site meets that criteria for a maximum of 150,000 square feet. As you saw in the presentation, US Highway 301 fronts the property along the west and Baum Road along the south. Both are arterial roadways. 2 access points are proposed along Baum and 1 access on US Highway 301, which will serve as a shared access facility with the property to the immediate north once developed. Baum Road is substandard and a design exception has been found to be approvable by the county engineer. In looking at the area, staff notes that property to the north is vacant and zoned AR. This site also fronts US Highway 301. The subject property will provide code-required buffering and screening and additional setbacks for buildings over 20 feet in height. Cross-access is proposed to meet 301 access requirements if and when that AR zone property is developed. Property to the east is also zoned AR and is developed with a daycare facility oriented towards Baum Road. As with the northern PD boundary, the subject property will provide the code-required buffering and screening and additional setbacks for buildings over 20 feet in height along this PD boundary as well. No cross-access is proposed. Properties to the west and south are separated by roadways. Property to the west is vacant, but approved for townhome, apartment, or commercial uses under PD 040558. Development to the south includes two single-family homes, which serve as the interim development for property zoned for office and residential support use. Also to the south is a small warehouse use on a property that is 15.22 acres in size, which was discussed in the applicant's presentation. And as he correctly stated, that property is zoned but not developed for a charter school. Given the development pattern of the area, the roadway classifications abutting the site, the applicant's proposed development standards and compliance with the locational criteria, staff recommends approval, subject to proposed conditions, which have been revised, and I believe Mr. Grady already provided those to you. And those have to do with updates regarding some transportation conditions, which can be reviewed by transportation staff, who is available at this meeting if you would like those discussed in further detail. Thank you.
Thank you. I do have those revisions. Mr. Ratliff, I don't have any questions. I just wanted to give you an opportunity, given the volume of documents that were submitted into the record regarding transportation, if you wanted to make a quick comment.
I think it speaks for itself, so I'm happy to let that stand unless you have any questions, which it sounds like you don't.
I don't at this time, but thank you so much. All right, Planning Commission.
Unica Mills, Planning Commission staff. The subject property is located within the residential 4 future land use classification, the urban service area, and the Riverview and South Shore area wide systems community plans. The proposed plan development for commercial uses is consistent with a residential 4 future land use classification. The intent of the residential 4 is to designate areas that are suitable for low density residential development. In addition, suburban scale neighborhood commercial, office, multipurpose, and mixed use projects serving the area may be permitted. The applicant proposes commercial general uses at the intersection of US Highway 301 and Baum Road. Both roadways are arterials. The subject site is located within the 900 feet of qualifying roadway according to the 2040 cost affordable map. Commercial locational criteria also requires that commercial development be limited to 150,000 square feet. The application again is consistent with the residential 4 future land use classification and meets commercial locational criteria as per policy 22.2. The application is also consistent with objective 16, policy 16.1, 16.2, and 16.3 of the future land use element, and has demonstrated gradual transition of uses with site planning, screening, and buffering. The application also has demonstrated interconnectivity and proposes access onto the US Highway 301 to the west and access to Baum Road, County Road 672 to the south, meeting the intent of policy 16.5. Policy 16.5, which requires development of higher intensity non-residential land uses adjacent to established neighborhoods to be restricted to collectors and arterials and locations external to established neighborhoods. The applicant has also proposed access to the parcel located immediately to the north for future connectivity. The application has demonstrated internal connectivity to the 3 parcels that make up the proposed plan development. The subject property is located within the limits of the Riverview Community Plan. The plan seeks to achieve better design and densities that are compatible with Riverview's vision by requiring that non-residential development avoid strict commercial development patterns. The applicant is proposing a mix of commercial general uses with an interconnected and unified commercial project. The subject property is also located within the Riverview Community Plan's 301 corridor district. This district envisions a mixture of uses with high densities and a variety of businesses. Based on those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed plan development consistent with the future Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan, subject to conditions proposed by Development Services Department. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Is there anyone in the room or online that would like to speak in support of this project? Anyone in favor? No one? All right, same question. Anyone in the room or online that would like to speak in opposition? Anyone against the application? All right, seeing no one. Mr. Grady, anything else?
Nothing further.
All right. Mr. Brooks, you have the last word if you'd like it.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a few comments for the record. The applicant is agreeable to the changes to the conditions. We are not aware, nor have we been aware during this rezoning application of any opposition. We haven't received any phone calls, et cetera. And in conclusion, I think you have substantial and competent evidence in the record regarding the approvability of this request. It meets locational criteria. It's appropriately conditioned for consistency and compatibility, specifically transitioning, buffers, interconnectivity. It is in fact an assemblage of multiple parcels that would have each had their own access points onto the roadway system. And so it provides a more integrated planning unit for that corner. Also with regard to the evidence in the record, in addition to the PC report and the development services report, you have the testimony of Dale Merriman and Michael Yates, in particular with regard to the public benefits and the coordination that we've gone through with regard to both county and DOT capital improvement projects, all of which will benefit the entire area. So with that, any questions you have?
I
We'll
don't at this
close.
time.
Okay.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, then we'll close rezoning 20-1270 and go to the next case.
The next item is agenda item D7, rezoning PD 21-0034. The applicant is Central Site Development LLC. It is requested to rezone from commercial neighborhood to a planned development. Israel Monsanto will provide staff recommendation after presentation by the applicant.
All right, is the applicant here?
Good evening to my. Oh. Am I okay?
Yes, you are.
Okay. PD 21-0034 is a request to rezone folio 071863.0000 from CN to PD to allow for commercial general uses with the following restrictions: banquet and reception halls, car wash, taverns, bars, lounge, nightclubs or dance halls, funeral homes, mortuary, liquor stores, motor vehicle repair, sexually oriented business, hospitals, and recyclable material recovery facilities. The proposed development is for a contractor's office without open storage. It would retain the existing building and parking areas and add a storage building and additional parking for employees. Cross-access is proposed to the north and south for future connectivity. We did submit an administrative variance request to waive the Providence Road substandard road improvements. The county engineer found the administrative variance approvable on March the 2nd. We received no objections from review agencies. The Planning Commission finds it consistent with a comprehensive plan. We concur with staff's report and request your approval. Thank you to staff for their review.
Ms. Meyer, I just have one question. In reading the backup for your case, in the county's online, the optic system, it looks like back in January of this year, you submitted a revised request into the record. And the request stated that you were asking for restricted CI uses.
No,
But
it was
looks-
for, yes, it's for CG.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify because that is currently in the backup to this item. So it is restricted CG uses.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that was my only question. Thank you so much. Development Services, please.
Good evening, Israel Monsanto Development Services. I will share my screen just for an aerial.
Can you please bring the mic down?
Can you hear me better?
Yes.
Okay. Let me know if I need to swap it, which I think I do. Can you see that?
Yes, we can.
The applicant seeks to rezone a parcel currently zoned commercial neighborhood to a planned development to allow commercial general uses with restrictions. The site is located on the east side of Providence Road, 1,000 feet south of Brandon Boulevard, which is on the north. The site is in Brandon and has a future land use designation of Res 20 and is 1.44 acres in size. The applicant intends to develop the site with the contractor's office without open storage, which is a permitted use in the CG zoning districts. The request is also seeking to permit CG uses with restrictions, as noted before, to prohibit intense commercial uses from the area for compatibility purposes with multifamily residential uses to the south and southwest. The PD district will retain the existing building, 5,382 square feet, which is along the west of the site, close to the road. And it will add a storage building and parking areas behind that building, which will be placed then to the east. The new project site would add 2,550 square feet of building area, will be a single story for the contractor's material and equipment storage. Also, it will have additional parking for employees placed behind the existing building. Proposed FAR would be below 0.20, which is the allowed intensity for current ZN zoning districts, commercial neighborhood zoning districts. Cross access is proposed to the north and south for future connectivity, and access to the site will remain in its current location of Providence Road in this location right here. PD variation request from section of the code 60600 landscaping and buffering requirements is being requested to reduce a required 20-foot buffer along portions of the south parcel line adjacent to the multifamily residential uses. The applicant proposes a reduction of 10 feet for the buffer, and this reduction of the buffer is limited to the westernmost 200 feet along the south of the parcel. 200 feet from the road internal to the site, that's the area where the buffer is being reduced to 10 feet. The remaining south portion along that area adjacent to multifamily will remain as the required buffer of 20 feet. According to the applicant, the reduction of the buffer is necessary because of the existing driveway configuration and two large live oaks on the parking terminal islands. Enlarging the buffer would require moving the driveway and therefore removing the trees to accommodate the new driveway location. The applicant states the variation is mitigated through the proposed landscaping design features such as type B screening and installation of 6-foot high solid wood fence or PVC fence, in addition to trees staggered in between the existing vegetation to fill in any gaps. Staff has reviewed the justifications statement submitted by the applicant and finds they meet the criteria of approval per section of the code 50306. Your recommendation, hearing officer, for this application is required to include a finding on whether this requested variation meets that criteria for approval. The applicant originally requested another variation from section 50305C, transportation information required in all plan development plans, but this request was withdrawn and now the PD plan shows cross access was required. The applicant submitted an administrative variance request, as stated, from code requirements to improve the road to current county standards. And based on factors presented in the request, the county engineer found it approvable. And if this rezoning is approved, the county engineer will approve the administrative variance request, upon which the developer will not be required to make improvements to the roadway. Zoning districts in the immediate area of the subject site consist of multifamily residential and also commercial uses. The adjacent PD to the north and east is approved for a self-storage facility. Other PDs to the west in the vicinity are approved for commercial uses. Apartment complexes currently exist southwest and south of the project. The proposed PD would allow uses compatible with nearby sites, and the restrictions to the uses would maintain the area with medium-scale commercial uses. The site will maintain its existing buffer and screening. The applicant, however, will stagger the landscaping in areas where the space allows it, and existing vegetation will be maintained, subject to natural resources review and approval. Building will be placed closer to the north PD boundary, away from residential uses to the south. The new storage building will be placed behind the existing structure, as well as new parking areas. Therefore, new improvements will have minimal visual impacts. Staff finds the project with the proposed development standards, scale, and restrictions compatible with the area. Therefore, based on these considerations, the staff recommends approval with conditions. No objections were received by other reviewing agencies. And I'm available if you have any questions.
I don't have any at this time, but thank you so much. Planning Commission, please.
Unica Mills Planning Commission staff, the subject property is located within the residential 20 future land use classification, the urban service area, and the Brandon community planning area. The proposed request is consistent with the residential 20 future land use classification. With a 1.5 acre site, the development could be considered for up to 32,000 square feet of non-residential uses. However, the applicant is requesting far less than what can be considered on the site. The subject property is within a unique area with residential and intensive future land use classifications. The development pattern along the eastern side of Providence Road consists of commercial uses, industrial uses abut the northern boundary of the site, and multifamily abuts the southern boundary of the site. Objective 16 and its accompanying policies, 16.2 and 16.3, provide direction on achieving compatibility with surrounding land uses through various transitions, buffering, and site planning techniques. The applicant has provided several buffering and screening measures to mitigate for adverse effects on the surrounding area. The site does not meet commercial locational criteria. The applicant has submitted a commercial locational criteria waiver as required by Objective 22 and Policy 22.2. The waiver states that the development is well under the maximum intensity allowed on the site and would not negatively impact the surrounding area. Planning Commission supports the applicant's request for a waiver to locational criteria based on compatibility and recommends that the Board of County Commissioners grant the waiver to locational criteria. The site is located within the Urban Center Character District of the Brandon Community Plan. The Urban Center Character District contains the most intense land uses and includes regional shopping areas and the State Road 60 Overlay District. Commercial and mixed-use developments will be encouraged with varying building heights between 3 to 10 stories. The applicant is proposing a non-residential use, which would support the vision of the Brandon Community Plan. And based on those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed rezoning consistent with the future Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan, subject to conditions proposed by Development Services Department. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. All right, we'll call for anyone either in the room or virtually that would like to speak either in favor, seeing no one, or against the application. Seeing no one. All right, Mr. Grady, anything else?
Nothing further.
All right, Ms. Mai, any further comments before we close the agenda item?
No, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you for your time and testimony. We'll close rezoning 21-0034 and go to the last case.
The final item is agenda item D8, rezoning PD 21-0121. The applicant is Lee T. Kim. The request is rezone from ASC 1 to a planned development. Israel Monsanto will provide staff recommendation after presentation by the applicant.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Mr. Monsanto? Or, I'm sorry, is this Hung Mai?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead. Sir, I believe you, I'm not sure if you're in the same room as Tumai, but we're getting feedback on your system. Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, it looks like you have two instances open. Give me 1 second. Let me see if I can close one for you. How about now? Can you hear us?
Okay.
Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, go ahead. I think we fixed the issue.
Okay. Good evening, Madam Zoning Hearing Master. My name is Hong Mai, 14031 North Del Mabry, representing the applicant. First of all, thank you, staff. Thank you, Brian, Israel, and all the staff, Planning Commission as well. The rezoning in front of you tonight is for 10.8 acre, consisting of 2 parcels located in the northeast corner of 4th Street and 16th Avenue Southwest in Ruskin. Both parcels are currently zoned ASC1 with the future land use of R4. We are seeking to rezone to PD to allow for 42 single-family conventional units with a minimum lot size 6,000 square feet. The property in the USA water and sewer available to serve the subject site, and it fall into the Ruskin Community Plan Area 3 Ruskin neighborhood character guideline, which are number one, a single family detached. Number two, a minimum lot size 6,000 square feet. Minimum lot width is 55 feet, with 20% must be 20 feet wide. We got 15 lots are greater than 60 feet wide, or 36%, which is greater than 20% required. All the roadway not gated, will not be gated. We got one access onto 4th Street Southwest, one access onto 16th Avenue Southwest, one proposed stop out to the east for future connection, and one pedestrian access at the cul-de-sac to 16th Avenue Southwest. There are a question from transportation staff regarding the right-of-way width for 16th Avenue and 4th Street. I would like to tell you there are maintained right-of-way that was not reflected on the flat. For example, 16th Avenue Southwest show 30 feet right-of-way per flat, but our surveyor showed 37.97 feet maintained right-of-way in addition to 30 feet. And the same with 14th Street Southwest with a 10-foot maintained right-of-way, with not reflecting on the flat. All the agency approvable report, the planning commission found consistent with the comprehensive plan, and we respectfully request your favor consideration, and I am available for any question you might have.
I don't have any at this time, but thank you so much. Development
Thank you.
Services, please.
Good evening, Israel Monsanto, Development Services. I'll share a couple of screens.
You do need to switch it. There we go. Perfect. Thank you, sir.
Never get it right. As the applicant stated, the rezoning tonight for two parcels currently zoned agricultural single-family conventional ASC 1 to plan development in order to develop the site with a residential subdivision with a maximum of 42 detached units. The project will be approximately 10.8 acres and is located on the northeast corner of 4th Street Southwest and 16th Avenue Southwest in Ruskin. Future land use is residential 4, and the site is within the Ruskin Community Plan. Access is being proposed off 4th Street Southwest and 16th Avenue to the south. Cross access for future connections to the east is also proposed. Subject PD is within the Ruskin Community Plan and is regulated by the Ruskin Community Character Guidelines of the Land Development Code, Sections Part 32200. For the submitted project narrative and site plan, the proposed site will comply with these guidelines. Specifically, the proposed plan development is located within Area 3 of the Ruskin Neighborhood Area Map. The PD will meet the guidelines in that the project will consist of single-family detached residential type, and all lots will be at least 6,000 square feet, with at least 20% of all lots being 60 feet wide. The remaining lots will be a minimum of 55 feet in width. The project will not be gated and will have two access points, as stated before. A street stop out to the eastern PD will provide for future road extensions. Pedestrian access point is also being proposed, connecting the cul-de-sac to 16th Avenue Southwest. No design exceptions or administrative variances for the roadways serving the site were requested by the applicant. Nearby zoning districts located to the southeast are zoned for residential uses. Other areas consist of agricultural residential parcels with a variety of lot sizes, ranging from quarter acre to over 10 acres. Subdivisions in the vicinity are approved today for residential uses with compatible lot development standards. The proposed project sits adjacent to commercial sites to the north, located along US Highway 301. Therefore, the project would serve as a transition from the agricultural residential uses to the south and other nearby neighborhoods with larger lots. Residential density will be below the maximum allowed, which is 4 dwelling units per the acre. The new PD will provide interconnectivity to the adjacent public road network system and include opportunities to extend its internal streets for future road extensions. No deviation from the Ruskin Community Character Guidelines were provided and no objections were received from other reviewing agencies. Based on all these considerations, staff finds the rezoning supportable with conditions. I'm available if you have any questions.
Just one, Mr. Monsanto. Could you just, for the record, address the issue with the high school being over capacity in the area and when the review of school concurrency is done for the county's process?
Right, so the comments that we get from the school board, they provide the analysis for the school capacity and how the new project will impact the capacity. And the concurrency will be reviewed at the time of plat review. So when if this rezoning is approved, when the project goes to plat review, that's where the concurrency will be reviewed.
All right, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Planning Commission.
Unica Mills Planning Commission staff, the subject property is located within the residential 4 future land use classification, the urban service area, and the Ruskin and South Shore area-wide systems community plans. The proposed use is consistent with the residential 4 future land use classification. The residential 4 future land use classification's intent is to designate areas that are suitable for a low-density residential development. In addition, suburban scale neighborhood, commercial office, multi-purpose, and mixed-use projects serving the area may be permitted. The applicants request to develop 42 single-family homes with a minimum of 6,000 square feet. The maximum allowable density on the subject site is 43 dwelling units. The minimum allowable density is 32 dwelling units. The applicant is meeting minimum density policies. The request is compatible with the surrounding area and is consistent with policy 16.1, 16.2, and 16.3 of the future land use element. The subject property is located within the limits of the Ruskin Community Plan. Goal 5 of this plan seeks to provide for a diversity of home styles and types while protecting Ruskin's small town character by encouraging development that is connected with and integrated into the Ruskin community. The Ruskin Community Plan also states that developments should continue and or replicate the traditional grid street pattern found within Ruskin. The site plan proposes an access onto 16th Avenue Southwest to the south and an access to 4th Street Southwest to the west. The development is not segregated from the community and contributes to the grid pattern in the area. And based on those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed rezoning consistent with the Future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan, subject to conditions proposed by the Development Services Department. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. All right. We'll call for anyone that would like to speak in support, either in the room or online. Seeing no one, anyone in opposition, either here or out there. All right, no one at all. All right, Mr. Grady, anything further?
Nothing further.
All right. Mr. Mai, anything from you before we close?
No, madam. Thank you.
Thank you for your time and testimony. With that, we'll close rezoning 21-0121 and adjourn the hearing. Thank you all for your time and effort.
Thank you.